This morning, Smallville actress Allison Mack is making headlines, but not for a new role.
Smallville actress Allison Mack is speaking out just days before she's set to be sentenced.
Allison Mack is out on bail after facing a judge in Brooklyn.
She's a monster and a sociopath.
How did you feel after watching that?
Sad.
Sad?
Yeah. Sad for her, but also hurt that she came for me too.
In the early and mid-2000s, Allison Mack had, on the surface, a perfect life. She was a child star and then got her big break when she was only 18 years old, when she was cast on a show that was one of the first superhero shows before they were a thing. The show told the tale of Clark Kent and his journey to becoming Superman. Allison Mack was cast as Clark Kent's best friend, Chloe Sullivan, a character created specifically for the show. About halfway through her time on Smallville, Mack was introduced by her co-star, Kristen Crook, to a program called the Executive Success Program, which many know by another name, NXIVM. Over the course of the next 10-plus years, the sweet, kind, friendly Allison Mack disappeared, and in her place stood a cruel and abusive woman who was the second in command of a cult, and who was branding women like cattle. Today we're going to talk about Allison Mack's journey from Disney Channel star to the second in command of a cult, and how she went from the star of a CW superhero show to a real-life villain. Allison Mack was born in 1982, and she was actually born in Germany to American parents. Her father was an opera singer, so they were touring at the time of her birth, but very quickly, when she was a toddler, they moved back to the States, and Allison began acting and doing ad and print work when she was very, very young. She actually was in a Disney Channel original movie. It was the third in the Honey, I Shrunk the Kids franchise, and the movie she was in was called Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves.
Just one.
Promise.
And one of her co-stars was a very young Mila Kunis. Flash forward to 2001 pilot season, and the WB is casting for their new show Smallville, which tells the story of Clark Kent growing up in Smallville and going to Smallville High. As the series progressed, the characters moved to college and then got jobs at the newspaper The Daily Planet. As the series moved to change where it was actually set, the actual show moved too. When Smallville started on the WB, it was alongside juggernaut shows such as Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Roswell, Angel, Charmed, Dawson's Creek, One Tree Hill, and many more. By 2006, however, the WB was doing poorly, and it saved a small number of its top-performing shows, and they crossed over to a newly created network called the CW. With the premiere of the 6th season, Smallville joined the CW that we know today, a network full of gorgeous 30-year-olds playing vampires, aliens, witches, and superheroes half their age.
First is this September. Catch all the episodes of Smallville right here on the CW.
Over the course of the next decade, Mack was the only cast member, aside from series star Superman himself, Tom Welling, to be a series lead. In the 8th and 9th season, Mack was given the coveted lead female position and appeared after Welling in the credits. During the 10th season, Mack reduced her role to only 10 of the 24 episodes, which we'll get into later in this video, but she was so important to the series and had such goodwill at the CW that when Mac appeared in those 10 episodes to wrap up her character's storyline, she not only retained her name in the credits, but was given the and trailer position in the intro, something that is almost never done in television. When main characters return to a show, they almost always are given special guest star credit. They don't retain their name in the titles. Mac was one of the first superhero TV sidekicks, even twice winning the Teen Choice Awards for Best TV Sidekick, and many similar characters have followed in Chloe Sullivan's wake and still appear on the CW today. When Smallville was renewed for its 10th season, later down the road, it was announced that Mac would not be appearing in all of the episodes. She agreed to come back for 10 episodes to wrap everything up, but it was obvious that the writers weren't expecting this. They had just bumped Justin Hartley, who played Mac's love interest, up to a series regular last season, and judging by some things that happened in the show, it seemed obvious to viewers that there was a much larger plan for Chloe Sullivan in the final season. So you'll see this a lot with CW shows. When you look at the final season, a lot of the main cast members have left, and it's very rare that the characters in the beginning seasons are there at the end. And if they are, it's only a few of them. Because not only is it that the actors want to move on and not be typecast, even though unfortunately a lot of CW stars are typecast, that there's the whole aspect of how and where the show is shot. So a lot of the CW shows are shot in Vancouver for tax reasons, and that means that the stars of these shows are living in Vancouver pretty much all of the year. They only really have a little hiatus at Christmas and then their main break during the end of April through to July, and that gives them maybe a couple of months to do a movie or something, but that's the only real time they have off. So a lot of the people in these CW shows, they just have their summer and use it as a break, and they just do their show and that's it. I mean, what more could they want? They're making great money, and the CW shows have huge fan bases, so they're doing pretty well. So at first glance, this is what people thought Mac was doing. She did go on to a guest appearance in Elijah Wood's show Wilfred, and people thought, oh, she's going to go on to do different stuff. But aside from a very ironic guest appearance in the show The Following, that's about a cult, Mac really doesn't have any other credits to her name, bar the odd voice work that some of them actually removed her name from the credits after, well, everything that I'm going to talk about in this video. But in reality, none of this is why Mac stepped away from Smallville. On Smallville, she was the lead female character, and by the final few seasons, she was making well into the six figures per episode. And don't forget, Smallville is a 24-episode season. The reason that Mac stepped away from Smallville and acting in general is because of a man named Keith Raniere and his cult, NXIVM. Mac was introduced to Raniere and NXIVM in 2006 by her co-star Kristen Crook, and it was the worst thing that's ever happened to her and scores of women. NXIVM was founded in 1998 in Albany, New York, by Keith Raniere and Nancy Salzman, a former psychiatric nurse. Over the course of the next 19 years, Raniere and Salzman ran a masterclass in manipulation and abuse. Keith Raniere is one of the great narcissists and BSers of our time. Raniere claimed he was the smartest man alive, that he was so intelligent the US government considered him a threat, Oh, and apparently he could also control the weather. The amount and breadth of his lies is truly astounding. Raniere actually did terrible in college and was on academic probation. When he left college, he became an Amway distributor, and after learning the pyramid scheme ways, he started his own pyramid scheme, Consumers Byline. In 1984, while he was trying to grow Consumers Byline, at the age of 26, he began dating a 15-year-old, and then began a second relationship with the 15-year-old's friend. While Raniere was growing Nexium, there were at least 6 other girls between the ages of 12 and 16 that came forward with their story about being R-worded by Raniere. Consumers Byline was restricted in 1993 and shut down after it was being investigated in 25 states. Raniere then went on to create his second pyramid scheme, a vitamin company. When Raniere and Saltzman were creating Nexium in 1998, they actually met through Raniere's girlfriend at the time. The girlfriend asked Nancy to help her with her boyfriend as he had this grandiose opinion of himself. And Nancy told her, "Oh, that's easy, he's a psychopath." But later, when Nancy met Raniere and spent some time with him, she told Raniere's girlfriend, "You don't know who he is. He's very special." Nancy then helped Raniere set up the Executive Success Program, his third pyramid scheme. The self-help company was rebranded Nexium later on, and Raniere actually had members call him Vanguard, which Vanguard was coming from a video game, and then Nancy Saltzman also was referred to by members as Prefect, which I don't have any sort of proof of this is where this is taken from, but I think that this whole Prefect thing, and then also they used to get members to basically buy these sashes, that it was a ranking system, so whenever they would pay to go on more courses, they could get these sashes, and it, was supposed to incentivize them. But in British boarding schools, we have actual prefects, and it's hard to explain because it doesn't really exist outside of the UK. And in the States, it's not quite like student council or something, but it's that same kind of vibe, but you have to be picked for it. It's kind of in the same essence of like a team captain and a vice captain, that it's the people that are looked to be the responsible people. The teachers choose the prefects, and depending on how big the school is, it can be 10, 12 kids, and then it sounds weird saying this, but like the best male and the best female then become like the head boy and the head girl, and then they're like, for lack of a better term, the captains of the school. And when you're also, this is all like when you're a senior, and when you're a junior senior, you can get these things called colours. Colours is something awarded to students for doing very well in a certain area. You can get it in any sport, and then you can also get it in academics or music or drama. If I can find a picture, I'll put a picture up. So the whole preamble about that was, I think they've just stolen this either from British boarding schools, or like Harry Potter was out by this time, so they probably just found it there, to be honest. So the gold stuff, that was just a little light relief there for you. Over the next few years, Raniere and Saltzman continued to run the pyramid scheme, having members pay exorbitant fees to take their classes that they stated were more valuable than an MBA, but in reality they were being taught by an abuser and a woman who had been a nurse for a year. Raniere was bleeding his course attendees dry, and in 2002 he finally landed a big financial whale. The heirs to the Seagram's fortune, Claire and Sarah Bronfman. The Bronfmans played a huge role in not only financing Nexium and Raniere, but also using their power, influence, and social status. that came with being the daughters of a billionaire and heirs to a vast fortune. The Bronfmans spent over $150 million on Raniere and Nexium. And when their father opposed what they were doing and actually spoke to the media about how he hadn't been speaking to his daughters and they were involved in some sort of cult, they went against their dad, didn't speak to him, and they actually installed keyloggers on his computer so that Nexium could keep tabs on his email and everything that he was doing. One thing just to mention before we get into the really graphic stuff is that YouTube is very limiting with what words you can say when you mention some of the things we're going to talk about. So I'm going to try and put the real word on the screen with asterisks, but if you hear me say like S harassment or R word, it's not me doing it. Like, otherwise the video is put on limited. I don't care whether it's monetized or not because this is a tiny channel, and it's just that it doesn't go into the algorithm the same way, and the video doesn't go out into like general audiences. So unfortunately, it's one of those things that you just have to play ball with. So saying all of that, Sarah Brofman became this gatekeeper of Raniere and of a lot of Nexium. They were footing the bill for things, and also when their father spoke out in Forbes back in like the early 2000s, he was saying this is a cult and I don't like that they're involved in it, I'm not speaking to them. Raniere was really angry, and this is when they reached out to the Dalai Lama to try and like smooth over the cult allegations. So Sarah Brofman started this adult relationship with the person who was kind of the gatekeeper to the Dalai Lama, and obviously he's supposed to be a celibate monk, so that also didn't go down very well, and the Dalai Lama ended up coming to meet Raniere and Saltzman, and there's, you know, of course, loads of videos and pictures, and they really like pushed this out into the media to try and be like, oh look, we're not a cult, the Dalai Lama came to see us. So after Raniere started to see how much it benefited him to have people with money in Nexium, he started to seek out people with not only money but this power and celebrity culture that he could try and use them to induct more people into Nexium. And he, you know, had Jennifer Aniston and Jared Butler were rumored to take some of their courses, but obviously they saw that something sketchy was going on and they dipped out pretty quick. And this is when he happened to notice a lot of these CW shows film in Vancouver, and they still do today. And the unique thing with the CW shows too is that the actors are generally a bit younger, and although, you know, most of them are like 30-year-olds playing teenagers, they are on the younger side. They are in this environment where they're away from their family and their friends, and they mostly go to Canada for work and film there like 9 months out of the year in a pretty isolated way. So he saw the potential with them, and then also they have the benefit of being celebrities with younger audiences who could be influenced and brought into Nexium, because, you know, I used to watch all those shows when I was younger too, and you imagine all the people that go to like conventions and stuff like that. I used to work with a company that did conventions when I was younger, and people love those things. They're just like fountains of positivity and fun, and all those people that like the same thing being together and meeting the actors. It's a really nice environment, and I could totally see them trying to manufacture something like that by doing their course and publicizing it as, oh, come and do a course with Alison Mack or Kristen Crook or other people from these very popular shows, and the people that would attend would normally be younger people who would be susceptible to something like this. And a lot of people are susceptible to these groups because everybody wants to be liked and to be included and to feel part of the group. And a lot of what Nexium went after, you would think maybe they're going after people who are lost, or maybe, you know, don't have like quite the street smarts or something, but it really wasn't the case. A lot of the people they went after were very, very intelligent, and even some of the people I'll talk about later, there's some doctors in the group, you know, Sarah Edmondson, who you'll hear me talk about a lot. Both her parents were therapists. Like, these people weren't idiots, and I think that they were just really trying to get the actors and people with money, power, and influence, because of course, that, you know, those are people with a lot of reach, a lot of connections, and just power. So Kristen Crook had been in Nexium for a little bit. She'd done quite a lot of classes, and this is when Ranieri was like, I want Alison Mack. And she had signed up for a 2-day course, and normally these members have to spend like over $100,000 and have done at least a 16-day course before they get to meet Ranieri. But when Alison did the 2-day course, all of the people were literally like, get her to Albany, where Ranieri was, and they took her. They say, a lot of people say it was on a private jet, but there's no like confirmation of that. And they brought her down to Albany and had her meet Keith. And he used to like play these volleyball games at like really ridiculous hours in the morning. And I'm going to show you the clip of them meeting. And before I want to point out a few things, and then we'll talk about it afterwards, obviously. Mac is even wearing a Smallville t-shirt. It's like a grey shirt. You can't see Smallville completely, but it's because she's got like a zip up on. But it's, you know, a lot of these shows, pretty much any show, when the season is starting and wrapping, or like there's something like a big episode, you know, they'll make shirts for the crew and the cast. And I've worked with a lot of people who work on shows, and it's very rare that you would see a star of a show wearing a shirt like this. And I know I'm probably reading a lot into someone wearing a shirt, but it just, I feel as though when you see this video too, like, she just seems really good or down, or like she feels like a little bit like there's some sort of like depression coming off her or something.
Speak with anyone, don't give people DMs.
Not by a long Alex, sticking around for the fight. I've got people who do it.
So I obviously, like, she has done these terrible things, but just when she joined Nexium, she was like very early 20s, and I think that she probably was looking for some sort of belonging of group, and a lot of her videos, her YouTube channel is still up if you want to go and see that. The clip at the very start of this video, that's where I got it from. And a lot of the videos that she did even later, which is indexed, about, you know, really wanting to find a husband and always be searching for a husband, and how she couldn't be alone with her family for a very long time.
So when I first came into Janessa, I had just come out of a relationship, and I was feeling very scared and lost and confused, and like, oh my gosh, am I going to be single forever? Am I ever going to be able to have a relationship? What's wrong with me? All this stuff. And very shortly into the program, I started to recognize and experience that what I was looking for wasn't about a relationship. What I was looking for was about an experience of myself in my life. And once I understand how to have that experience of myself in my life, for me, I can then have the relationship I want. Or not, but I'm okay in either circumstance.
So I think she was probably in a very vulnerable place, and this predator just caught her at the wrong time. And just watch the way Ranieri looks at her when I show this clip.
Why is this an option?
This is what I choose. Because it's going to be exciting and fun enough. And part of me is kind of freaked out about accepting this. I'm used to that self-determination. It's always that.
He's looking at her like, I don't know, like he's a snake or something, and he's like looking at his next meal. He's so creepy, and I don't know what these people were thinking following him, because he's just like, he just looks like a creep.
Thank you. That was really want to laugh at that. I know they kiss.
Oh, smart. Good boys.
Thank you. You too.
And at this time, he was like in his late 40s, she's in her early 20s. And some of the things he said to her, you just see like her whole world shattering. And you'll see, like throughout this video, all the clips that I show, this was the first meeting, but later on down the road, like the really famous clip and like B-roll that a lot of people, like the news channels use when they talk about it, it's her and him. I'll play it over the top of this clip, sitting on either side, and these are obviously like propaganda movies that they made, and she's looking at him like he's like a god or something like that. It's really creepy. So one other thing I wanted to briefly mention here is Kristen Crook.
We're going to see a lot of characters really change instead of make some life-changing decisions.
And Crook claims she left Nexium in 2012. She was in Nexium for a decade, and I'm not saying she knew absolutely everything that was going on, but she said she left in 2012. And actually photos revealed across all of these Nexium trials shows that Crook was allegedly on the Brothman Sisters Island in Fiji in 2014. So it's like, why would you lie about that? And she does seem to have completely, not have any reputational tarnish from being associated with Nexium and being the person that inducted Mac into Nexium. As Mac tied herself closer to Nexium and Rhaenyra, she was being pulled back from the rest of the world. As I mentioned earlier, she cut down her appearances in the final season of Smallville, not to move on to different roles, but to devote more time to Nexium. She tried for many years to get Kelly Clarkson and Emma Watson to join Janess and Nexium. She used to send out all these tweets to them multiple times a week asking them to join, but neither of them ever responded, so lucky them. Between 2012 and 2016, Mac only had a handful of appearances on Wilfred and a pretty ironic guest appearance on the show The Following, which was about a cult. It was the Kevin Bacon show. By this time, her full-time employment was Nexium and Janess, which was the women's empowerment group.
For Janess, I think was the most gratifying thing that I've ever done. It's the most challenging thing I've ever done because it consists of working with a group of people in a way that is totally interdependent, meaning we're all working together and no one is ever punished, no one is ever told the wrong or the bad. The most important thing in working with functions is relationship sameness. And I'm not used to that. I'm used to the objective being met. I'm used to having strict, hard, fast judgments and lots of fear and punishment fights together, right? And in working for Janess, there isn't any of that. So it comes purely from a place of self-motivation and self-direction, and that is really slow. But I would say that working for Janess is the most satisfying, purposeful thing I've ever done.
Even though she was working for Nexium, she was paying exorbitant fees to do these Nexium courses. They cost so much money because Nexium also was an MLM, a pyramid scheme, and people had to keep paying these courses. And there also was centers like Sarah Edmondson. She had the Vancouver Center. So even though they could be making decent-ish money teaching the courses, like so much of the money was going back into Nexium. The same way like LuLaRoe and all these other places, you have to, you know, buy a certain amount of inventory. It's the same thing, like you have to buy a certain amount of the courses. So around 2015, 2016, this is 5-6 years after Smallville had ended, Mac then started reaching out to old Smallville co-stars. I think she was starting to get desperate to bring other celebrity people in because Raniere really put pressure on her to bring people more in like the celebrity circle in. And at this stage, she started reaching out to people. Laura Vandervoot, who was on Smallville, she played Supergirl. I said that Mac reached out to her and told her all about the courses and wanted her to join. And the thing was, like, the courses were going right around the
Dogtown needs protection. When this is over, I will give it to them. You won't.
She said that her and Mac didn't really know each other because they didn't really have scenes together in Smallville.
How did you feel watching?
Yeah.
Your death serves our cause.
But she's me.
Find out.
So she said that she thought it was odd, but that she would maybe have done it if she had the money at the time, but she was like, thankfully I didn't have the money because, you know, who knows what could happen.
I struggle with feeling. I don't really want to yeah, and sometimes she reach out to me and you're not yourself.
Yeah, it was a big sound. Was it like
They can turn the dollars. Come join us. Get ready.
she's pleasant to you?
Yeah, but she needs me to go work together and everything.
You never figured it out.
She actually messaged him and said, you know, you've seen her forever. I'm with some friends, like, I should come over. And I'm going to put in a clip so that, you know, you can hear my on the story.
He doesn't just see her and say, you know, I never think that actually. That's why I read about it.
Need to
change and be able to stand because you know, it's so hard for me to believe. I mean, there was an incident at my house years ago. She and a friend of mine said,
follow us a little bit. We will not. trifling.
You know about this secret. I remember what happens. She take this last. It's like, I'm sure it's like people would never fix it. They never did it. That was what I never really thought about it. Years later, she's in the city. She looks at it. And she knows it. She's walked in like she knows my house. Like literally. She held up my attention. She walked in with her friends, and they walked into the kitchen. I was like, hey, she's like, hey, how are you? They walked into my kitchen, started bringing out pots and cans, and started cooking. Like, what are you guys doing? It's pretty late. Like, we're hungry.
Half of the press protect their streets.
I think about that like it was yesterday. I gotta talk to Ethan because then I said, after a while, I just felt uncomfortable. I was like, well, hey, guys, like, that's it. Come on, let's. And I kind of asked them, like, hey, you might want to leave soon. And I was trying to be nice. The guy,
Alias
was fine. I mean, he was fine.
back this time.
I can't remember who it was, his name, because I didn't care. I just was like, who the fuck is this guy? Very angry and
Ducktown,
just sleepy.
Because
the city's known for sweet dreams and full night's sleep.
Everyone
Everyone
claims
claims
step
my
my
house
house,
shut,
but
but
it's
simple.
you guys just go. Why should I get the fuck out of my house?
Closer.
That's what I said. And
So,
I
what now?
remember I was waiting for
I
house
followed
or
through.
something.
To
Ventura,
Thedas. They won't play fair anytime soon. People need protection. If I'm who they get, and I go down swimming. I've played this game a long time. Counted on myself
And
most
when
of
I
it.
looked at Ethan,
The
our hearts were racing.
That's who I had left.
Oh my God, he discussed that. And I remember I got a text maybe a few days later. Oh, sorry about the other night.
I think she
What? You think I'd go somewhere?
Not yet.
Not
Not
ever.
ever.
may have been trying to pitch it to him, but obviously when she got there, everything kind of went pear-shaped. So after failing to bring in these people, Ranieri set his sights on someone else who was on a course, and he wanted Mac to bring her into the fold, and that was India Oxenberg, who's the granddaughter of royalty, and her mom is Catherine Oxenberg from Dynasty.
We spoke with one of the cult's victims, India Oxenberg. She's the daughter of Dynasty star Catherine Oxenberg.
Mac was desperate to recruit India because in 2016 she started sending Ranieri these emails. These all came out in the court documents that she hadn't been paid for a very long time, and she actually was going broke. She had earned millions from Smallville, and it was all gone. Like, she was having trouble paying her bills, she said. On network television for 10 years, and you're broke. Like, I cannot fathom how much money that she put into Nexium. So Max smoothed and sucked up to India and brought her into Nexium. By the time India joined in 2016, Mac had started a third group in addition to Simply Human, which was a performance acting group within Nexium, and the group Jeunesse that I spoke about. And this third group was the infamous group from Nexium, and where the whole thing all came out. And this was the group DOS, and apparently it loosely translates as Master over Slave Women. So this absolutely was a cult within a cult, abuse within abuse, and it is one of the most sickening and disgusting things that I've ever seen. And doing the research for this video, some of it was just horrible. So DOS obviously was only women, with Keith Raniere at the top, but Mac told everyone that it was her that was at the top and that, Raniere was not involved, but in reality she was second in command. And then there was a number of other people that were like high up in it, that were like Lauren Salzman, who is Nancy Salzman's daughter. Members of this group had every move controlled by their master. They couldn't do anything, even eat or sleep, without asking for permission from their master.
She's a monster and a sociopath, and she has created so much harm for me, her victims, and so many people involved.
One of the ways they were so effective at breaking down these women was using sleep and food deprivation. So they would do these like readiness drills where they would get these people to get up at like 3 in the morning. And they also were on these ridiculous schedules, like working until 1, 2 in the morning and getting up at 4. And Raniere used to stay up all night and then sleep all day and have all these women doing like all his chores and errands and stuff like that. So he would wake the women up to go on these walks in the middle of the night that were supposed to be like, oh, they're so lucky to be picked for this. And the food deprivation and disorder of it all was just so gross. Like, the women were only allowed to eat 500 calories a day, and any time that they wanted to eat anything, they had to text their master to request, I don't know, if they want to eat like a protein bar that has like 200 calories, they have to text and say, please may I have 200 calories. And just this constant food and sleep deprivation is really gonna mess with someone's mind too. Raniere would say that the reason that the women had to be on such brutal diets was that it was women who smoked this fat, and it interfered with like his vibes when he was having adult relationships. And he just, of course, was allowed to eat wherever he wanted, sleep whenever he wanted, do nothing all day, and it was just all these women just serving him. Also, and obviously he's never said this is my opinion, that he did this because he is literally a P-word, and there is no, he is a convicted P-word. He has multiple relationships with minors, and he wanted these women to appear as small and tiny as possible to resemble a child. So DOS was controlling these women's every move, everything they ate, every time they wanted to sleep, go anywhere, do anything. He wasn't paying them. He was having multiple adult relations at the same time with them, and it was clearly against their will, and his behavior was just subhuman. But of course, there's things even worse that he did. So after being inducted, the women were then instructed to sleep with him and also had to do everything for their masters. So like Mac and Lauren Salzman and there's a few unnamed people. So to speak specifically about India Oxenberg, who was Mac's slave, India moved in with Allison, and India had to do everything for her. Cook, clean, do errands, still teach and run these Nexium courses, and of course bring in recruits, like any good MLM. However, the group was built by Mac for Raniere. So Raniere and Mac thought up all their sick and twisted plans together, including branding the women.
India says she was starved and branded with Raniere and Mac's initials.
So they would tie the women down, and they'd be naked and in a room, just completely vulnerable and embarrassed, like an awful situation. And then the person doing the branding was supposed to whisper something in their ear, and they were supposed to then say it. And the brand was to be done in 7 strokes. So they had this doctor doing it who Mac had practice on, like, fruit in her kitchen, which is, like, when doctors are learning to, like, suture and stuff, they do that. So it's just kind of sick. And it was done with, like, a cauterizing pen, and it was done over half an hour. It sounds like absolute agony. And I remember when this all came out, like when the New York Times article came out, and when they had like the brand, so the brand was, if you looked at it one way, it's Keith Raniere's initials, and another way it's Allison Mac's initials.
Prosecutors say Mac branded the victims with his and her initials, starved them and blackmailed them into having sex with Raniere. In court, the 38-year-old apologized to her victims for her actions.
Obviously, when it all came out, like, I used to watch Smallville. I was a really big fan of the show when I was younger, and I really, really liked Allison Mack. Like, she was one of my favorite characters on the show, and I couldn't believe it. Like, for a few minutes, I was like, this can't be true. Like, this has to be, I don't know, like, it was so strange. I couldn't believe it at first. And in case there's anyone who thinks that, you know, they've never heard the story and they don't know, this is literally a clip that I'm going to play for you of Mac and Raniere making plans about branding the women.
Keith and Allison, what's the date? No, the 9th, January 9th, 6:59 a.m. talking about branding the women.
I think doing the actual brand in an orderly fashion, each of the 7 strokes, having a certain ritualization, maybe each of the strokes has something that's said with them. And maybe repeat it after the stroke is done.
So, like, if somebody says that they Robert's trying to figure out the person that's getting the dice.
Look, I have an idea. I figured it's a good time to check in with Elder. See how his Griffin training is coming along. Want to come with me to Arthur?
Sounds like a plan.
It'll be good to see those special cases again.
The other thing is, you guys did it and you weren't completely nude because you had an outsider. You think the person who's being branded should be completely nude or still to the table like almost like a sacrifice. And that's a feeling of submission. So you also, of course, videoing it from different angles or whatever gives collateral. It probably should be a more vulnerable position. This is a thing. Leg slightly for leg spread straight, like feet held at the side of the table, hands probably above the head being held. Looks like tied down, like sacrificial, whatever. And the person should have no branded.
They finished preparations for Syrian funeral. I could use someone to come with me if you're able. Just let me know, okay?
Like they're being coerced. And those are just facts.
So you may think, like, this is so bad, like, why would anyone stay in this? Why would someone leave? And that was because when the women joined the group, and they didn't know any of this in the beginning, they were told to hand over collateral. And the collateral could be, like, secrets, things that if they came out, you know, would be really detrimental to them, or they were told to just make things up that would be bad if they didn't have any collateral. So one of the women, Sarah Edmondson, she said, like, she made a video talking about her husband abusing her kid, and it just, they had all these things, like even naked pictures of people, and they signed over like money and stuff to people, so they all had this collateral stored, and they threatened to release it if the people left or they told anyone about it. But eventually, as I just mentioned, the New York Times article, one brave woman did speak out and said, I don't care. And that was Sarah Edmondson, and she told her story in the New York Times. She showed the brand and everything, and that was when a real firestorm went out. There also was Mark Vincente and his wife Bonnie in the article. They're good friends with Sarah Edmondson, and also Bonnie used to be like best friends with Mac. Bonnie was in the Star Wars movie Attack of the Clones. She's an actor as well. And Mark Vincente is a filmmaker. He made the movie What the Bleep. So when Sarah, Mark, and Bonnie spoke out, things really started to fall apart for NXIVM, but not right away. In the wake of the New York Times article, Raniere and his inner circle fled to Mexico, and in 2018, the FBI served a warrant for his email, and a month later, a warrant was issued for Raniere himself, but they couldn't find him. However, he only did last 1 month, despite having all this money and connections, and he had really good political connections in Mexico because the former president's son was in NXIVM. And when Raniere was on the run, he had Mac with him, and at this stage, Mac had married another actress, and the other actress, her name is Nikki Klein. She was in Battlestar Galactica.
Bears, beats, Battlestar Galactica.
And she still, to this day, supports Raniere, and she stayed in, and obviously she needed a green card for the US.
I got word from Amy this year. She found a spirit who can translate tablet. I'm supposed to meet her on the beach.
You need company?
Maybe.
Who was the smartest man alive, who could control the weather. He ended up being caught because his inner circle just couldn't stay off the bloody gram. And Nikki Klein posted a photo to Instagram that the FBI was obviously monitoring all of the inner circle stuff, and they figured out where he was from the Instagram photo, and they showed up at this resort that was 10 grand a night, and they found Raniere hiding in a closet, and they arrested him. And if you want to see that sweet, sweet justice, this is a clip of Mac watching as Raniere is arrested and like taken away. And the person filming is Nikki Klein, the one who couldn't stay off the gram.
Still in the car. We're gonna follow them. Get out of the way. Huh? Lauren's coming. Let's go, you guys.
So Mac, Nikki Klein, Nancy Saltzman, and Lauren Saltzman were all present for Raniere's arrest, but were not arrested themselves until 2 months later. And by July 2018, Alison Mack, Lauren Saltzman, Nancy Saltzman, Sarah Rothman, and Clive Rothman were all arrested.
Actress Alison Mack is held on bail after facing a judge in Brooklyn. Prosecutors say she recruited women into a sex trafficking sorority disguised as a women's empowerment group. Now, just days after her indictment, Mack's lawyers are working on a plea deal. Her lawyers now working with federal prosecutors to cut a deal in a sex trafficking case. According to court documents, Mack lured unsuspecting women into a secret sisterhood.
Over the next year, Mac was in open plea negotiations. At first, she did stand by Raniere's side, and then I think maybe she realized she was facing, at a minimum, 15 years and a maximum of life in prison.
For Smallville actress Allison Mack is speaking out just days before she's set to be sentenced for her role in the Nexium sex cult. Mack was arrested in 2018. She pled guilty to accusations that she manipulated women into becoming sex slaves for Keith Raniere, who is also accused of branding the women. Well, today she released a letter saying, in part, I threw myself into the teachings of Keith Raniere with everything I had. I believed wholeheartedly that his mentorship was leading me to a better, more enlightened version of myself. I devoted my loyalty, my resources, and ultimately my life to him. This was the biggest mistake and regret of my life. Now, Mack will be sentenced on Wednesday. She faces up to 17 years in prison, but her attorneys want no jail time. Raniere was sentenced to 120 years in prison last year.
But wait, there's more sweet, sweet justice. When Mack was locked up, she asked India Oxenberg, who was still in Nexium at this stage, to go and pack up her apartment stuff and put it in a storage locker. That's when India Oxenberg came across not only all of the collateral and spreadsheets and everything for DOS, she came across all these voice recordings and clips of Max and Raniere planning everything. So that clip I played previously of them talking about the branding, that all came out of India finding it and turning it over to the police. So they literally kept evidence of all of their crimes. So Mack changed her plea to guilty, and allegedly she has, had the spell broken and doesn't stand by Raniere anymore, and says that being in his group was the worst thing she ever did.
Apologized to her victims for her actions.
So sorry, it's not going to cut it. I don't feel the remorse from her, and I don't know if it's actually real.
Because of Mack's cooperation in the investigation and the judge's belief that she was a victim herself, manipulated by Raniere, he sentenced her to 3 years.
She did end up giving stacks of evidence against Raniere, and in April 2019, Mack pleaded guilty to racketeering and conspiracy racketeering. She admitted to state law, extortion, and forced labor. Under advisory sentencing guidelines, Mack faced 14 to 17 and a half years behind bars. Days before the sentencing, Mack released a statement saying that her involvement with Nexium was the biggest mistake and greatest regret of her life, and expressed remorse in regard to those affected. In addition to the letter, her attorneys asked for no jail time in consideration for Mack's remorse and her cooperation with Raniere's prosecution. On June 30th, 2021, Mack was sentenced to 3 years in prison and 3 years of probation.
Without a word to say and her head down, Allison Mack leaving Brooklyn Federal Court Wednesday, knowing she's heading to prison. One of her victims, Jessica Jones, speaking out after the sentencing.
She's a monster and a sociopath, and she has created so much harm for me, her victims, and so many people involved.
She must also complete 1,000 hours of community service and pay a $20,000.
Sentenced to 3 years behind bars and a $20,000 fine for her role in the Nexium sex cult.
There's loads of
Most of the job, or don't even know what this is.
Prosecutors asked the judge to give Mack a reduced sentence because of the, quote, substantial assistance she provided with their investigation into the cult. It's Raniere was sentenced to 120 years in prison in October for his role that included wicked women. No jury of the sentencing day of Allison Mack.
Initially, I was pretty shocked.
Half eaten stale bread, water fries, bloody socks,
Tolerated.
and this man. Miraculous targets. That doesn't sound good.
Allison Mack is best known for her role on Smallville. She pleaded guilty
This all sounds
charged with rolling to manipulating women into becoming sex slaves. She's been on house arrest while awaiting today's sentencing. Allison put out a statement apologizing. Do you accept that apology?
It does not change the past for me. It really just
No,
reminds me of
sometimes it's the city with loads of justice.
What did you say?
Nothing like an attack to cause chaos in the city. You should head there immediately.
All right, let's go.
Mac reported early to the Federal Corrections Institution Dublin in Dublin, California on the 13th of September 2021 to begin serving her 3-year sentence. In her 20s, she was on a hit TV show, had a fiance, was a multi-millionaire, one of the best jobs in the world. A house, a dog. She was blonde, pretty, and she had the resources to go anywhere she wanted, to do anything she wanted, and to just live a great life. But she threw it all away for a narcissistic abuser who hurt multiple women and children, who drained her of her good character, her integrity, her money, her good name, and her reputation. Alison Mack herself was a victim of Keith Raniere. I think she was in a dark, difficult place, and Raniere caught her at the wrong time when she was trying to work on herself, and he got his hooks in her. But that in no way excuses what she did. She abused and destroyed these women, who have to live with the echoes of what Mack and Raniere did to them for the rest of their lives. For so long, Mack played the hero, standing for everything that's good and right. And yet she traded it all, threw it all away, to become nothing more than that. Thank you. If you made it to the end of this video, you are an MVP of this channel. Make sure that you're following me on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, all of the social medias. I have them linked in the description box down below. I also have a main channel, a merch store, Patreon, all of that good stuff. And I'll be back really soon with another video. So make sure that you like, comment, and subscribe. And as always, make sure to stay safe, take care of yourselves, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye, guys.
Jason Voorhees was born on June 13th as the only child of Pamela Voorhees and her husband, Elias. We know this because his mom says his mom in the original Friday the 13th.
Jason was next up, and today is his birthday.
And we know the year was 1946 from this American Case File broadcast.
Born in 1946, Elias Pamela Voorhees. Jason was believed to have drowned in the Camp Crystal Lake at the tender age of 11.
So Jason was born on a Saturday in universe, not a Friday. But more on that later. Now, it's a popular fan theory that Jason was born with a congenital condition called hydrocephalus, which caused him to have facial deformities. However, this is not a canonical fact from any Friday the 13th movie. It comes from this book, Crystal Lake Memories, where special makeup effects artist Phil Sweeney describes his non-process of creating the look for Jason. When I designed this for Jason, I kept thinking of this guy I saw in my neighborhood. He had one at night and one a year that were lower than the other, like Quasimodo. Originally, we were thinking that Jason was going to have his hair, but it just didn't look quite right. So we left him bald, as if he was like a hydrocephalus multiple nose. I also gave him more of a dome head for the final makeup, and we just went with it. We didn't do any tests or mock-ups at all, and that's been the look of Jason ever since. Hydrocephalus is a condition where fluid accumulates in the brain while the baby is in utero, leading to increased pressure and potential damage. But since there's no mention of this in movies, it's up to you if you want to accept this explanation. However, he definitely did have facial deformities. He walked the planet, and he was bullied as a result. Jason grew up in a large, often his parents didn't seem to be particularly smart I mean, they misspelled their own last name or mailbox, but it seems like they did at least have the common sense to keep Jason isolated from the kids that would most likely torture him. For example, they installed playground equipment in the front yard, which we can assume was a measure to keep him out of the public eye. It's also implied that he was homeschooled. But they could not hide their son from the world forever, especially after Elias abandoned the family for unknown reasons. Pamela would have to find a way to balance earning her own income and watching over Jason to make sure that he stayed out of trouble. On June 13th, 1957, Jason turned 11 years old, and it was time for him to interact with some other kids and to join the real world. Pamela's solution was to get a job as a cook at the local summer camp at the nearby Camp Crystal Lake. I imagine her thought process was that she'd be able to work while also being near Jason, who could attend as a camper in case there were any issues. The one potential pitfall was that Jason could not swim, but as long as she informed all the counselors, he could just be excluded from these swimming-related activities until he could have, you would think. I mean, that's what any reasonable person would do. In the summer of 1957, while Pamela was busy preparing meals, the other campers formed a mob around Jason and bullied him, chanting free show and putting a bag around his head, instilling in him this sense of shame that his face should always be covered. The counselors were nearby, but they were too busy flirting with one another and getting busy as one daylight to notice or care about the commotion. Unfortunately for Jason, it turned tragic when the other campers forced him onto the dock and pushed him into the lake where he arrived.
The counselors weren't paying any attention. They were making love while that young boy drowned. His name was Jason.
I should note that Friday the 13th Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan, shows different footage of Jason drowning, where the incident takes place at night. But since this is part of a story being told second-hand, we can assume that this scene is just the imagination of the storyteller. Jason's body was never recovered from the lake, leading to rumors about him coming back from the dead and terrorizing the area.
Have you listened to the old timers in town? That's why he's still out there. Some sort of demented creature. Surviving the wilderness. Grown by
That did something, but there must be another.
Find the right voice.
Jason would indeed come back, and back, and back, and back. Each time more powerful than the last. To learn about the forces that gave Jason eternal life, how he impacted the design of goalie masks and armor, and the real purpose of the Jason Voorhees characters, stick around to the end of this video.
We got it. Wait till it's clear.
In the slasher genre, we have what is known as the Big Three. The soulless, immortal killer, Michael Myers, afflicted with an ancient druid curse. The masochistic dream demon, Freddy Krueger, enchanted by a trio of Greek deities. And finally, the undead, unrelenting killing machine, Jason Voorhees, whose power to continually return from the grave comes from another 80s horror franchise. I'll explain that in a little bit. But first, welcome to horror history. Let me see a postcard from the horror history classroom. Jason first appeared in the original Friday the 13th from 1980, but only briefly as a little kid. It wasn't until Part 2 that he became the imposing killer that landed him in the Big Three. And it wasn't until the end of Part 3 that he gained his signature hockey mask that everyone associates him with today. Like Pamela, parenting a kid with deep insecurity, the creators of the Friday the 13th franchise had to take a few notes. Thanks to the choice to name the franchise after a specific day and dates that many of the movies take place on, it was possible to determine nearly every item of the title. But it's not as straightforward. To understand what led Jason to rise from his wandering grave, we've got to first take it back to the afterlife. In Jason 1957, Camp Crystal Lake gained a reputation as more incidents continued to occur. Camp Crystal Lake and Jason. First, there were two counselors who were killed the following year in 1958, when they snuck away from the fireside song sessions for some alone time and were found stabbed to death. In 1962, the lake water was poisoned before attempted open, and another year, wildfires extended the closure. But in 1979, a new owner would attempt to reopen the camp, only to see the bloodiest summer yet on the ground. On Friday, June 13th, 1979, counselors at Camp Crystal Lake were busy making last-second preparations for the reopening of the camp, not realizing that someone had an eye on them. A series of gruesome murders take place, including the cook who gets her throat slashed on the way to the lake, the counselor who gets his throat slashed investigating a stranger in one of the cabins, the couple who gets impaled with an arrow and chopped with an axe, respectively, after engaging in veteran activities, a girl who becomes a human archery target, the cabin owner who gets stabbed in the gut and hung in a tree, and one more counselor who somehow died and was later found pinned to the door of a cabin, which is probably impossible. He weighs like more than 20 pounds, but who knows? Maybe these are really sturdy arrows. However, none of this was the work of Jason, but rather of his mother, Pamela. First to get revenge on the counselors who neglected her boy, then to make sure nobody would suffer the same fate by sabotaging the camp so it could not open, and finally by killing anyone who did successfully try to reopen, to send a message to future owners. But there's a reason I brought up all of Pamela's actions in an episode about Jason, when the last remaining counselor, Alice Rand, yes, her canonical name is Alice Rand, goes up against Pamela, she almost seems to channel the spirit of her deceased son, as if they're both living in her. There's no way of definitely knowing if she was really carrying Jason's spirit, or if she had just lost her mind and developed dissociative identity disorder as a means of moving person to death. But I believe that she really was channeling Jason's spirit because of this book found in the Voorhees house after death. This could be Necronomicon, a grimoire or magic spell book that was often referenced in the stories of horror author H.P. Lovecraft, first appearing in his short story The Hound, and later, more notably, such as At the Mountains of Madness and The Call of Cthulhu. The Necronomicon, often referred to as the Book of the Dead, is described as containing forbidden and arcane knowledge, including spells and incantations that can summon powerful cosmic entities or most mortal times. Those who read the Necronomicon often face madness or worse, as the knowledge it contains is too much for the human mind to comprehend. This could explain Pamela's sudden change from apparently hierarchical cook to violent murder. If she used a spell to bring back her dead boy, she may have advertently or inadvertently become the host of his soul inside her body. The appearance of the Necronomicon in Jason Goes to Hell resembles the appearance of the book in another iconic 80s horror franchise, The Evil Dead, where it's referred to as Necronomicon Ex Mortis, and used to summon deadites, which are evil spirits that have the ability to possess the bodies of any creature of flesh, living or dead. It's easy to see how a desperate, lonely, and stupid Pamela Voorhees may have turned to the occult as a last-ditch effort to save her son, and found an incantation in the Necronomicon that allowed her to bring him back, not realizing what the consequences would be. This is confirmed by Jason Goes to Hell director Adam Marcus in an interview with Horror Geek Life, which sounds more like your life. When asked about the possible Evil Dead connection, Marcus explains that he had the blessing from Evil Dead's creator, Sam Raimi, stating, Pamela makes a deal with the devil by reading from the Necronomicon to bring back her son. Voorhees is a deadite. He's one of the Evil Dead. And while that's sure to ruffle the feathers of some diehard OG Friday fans, it does explain some of the nonsense that takes place throughout the series. Headcanon exists for a reason. You can always choose to regard or disregard whatever material you want in your own head. But in this video, all the movies are canon. After killing 7 Crystal Lake staff members in 1979, Pamela finds Alice Rand in a shed armed with a gun, and Jason's spirit eggs her on to kill this final girl as well. Alice chickens out with a gun, so it turns to hand-to-hand combat, and by I mean a lot of bitch slaps and a frying pan to Pamela's face. The struggle ends beside the lake, where Pamela tries to sneak up on Alice with the machete, a tool that would become a favorite of Jason's over the years. And Alice ultimately gets hold of the blade, using it to decapitate the overprotective mother. Exhausted, Alice pushes a canoe out into the lake and sleeps there, only to find one more surprise waiting for her in the morning.
Evil old gods, rituals, waiting for the stars. It's about as convincing as blood magic and hooks.
Officers would find her in the lake and say, no evidence of Jason is ever found, even after the distance of But given what we know is literally carrying Jason's undead soul, the logical explanation is that when Jason was killed, Jason's soul moved to the body of his cell, which was Jason's original body, and still lying.
Don't you see what this means?
This is how this took place in the movie Jason's Reborn. Friday, June 13th, 9, Alice's canoe incident being the following morning. We know the year because Pamela Voorhees' grave says that she died in 1980. So this creates a bit of confusion because in real life, June 13th, 1980 was a Friday, but June 13th, 1979 was a Wednesday. To make things more confusing, the original movie states that it takes place on Friday, June 13th, the present, leading many to believe that the present refers to the year the movie was released, 1980. However, because we buried in the canon of this tombstone, I'm going to assume that the present actually refers to the year that the movie was filmed. 1979. This means that the weekdays in the movie universe shifted 2 days sooner than the weekdays in our universe. In other words, it's Friday the 13th in movie, it's Friday the 15th in real life. Remember that? It's Friday. Although Alice survives her first encounter with Jason, she's when she went to work. The next confirmed date is 2 months later, in August.
A more forceful approach. Destroy them and their networks utterly.
Swords and spies and blackmail? The devious
With Palmer housed in the center, allowing him to sneak into the kitchen through the windows and place everyone else to do the same. Discovers his little game. Jason to do the meal and show the people who did things from the night. Making it clear that this was his way of vengeance. Jason used his body to attack in the woods where he used his sister Ryan and Mrs. Louise on, and we continue to see revenge with the shadows until he seemed to be living out of this shack, hunting small animals, but it's not something he needed to eat to survive. It doesn't seem to be his politics. Although Jason's biggest killing sprees were saved for Friday the 13th, he did attack anyone he encountered, regardless of their probably out of vengeance for certain saints. That seems to be what happened to Christine Higgins in 1982, 2 years before the events of Friday the 13th, Part 3.
I know it's only been 2 years, but I feel like it's been away forever.
After getting divorced from her parents, she ran away and hid out of the woods, where she fell asleep under a note. Later, she was startled awake by what she described as a hideous, inhuman man with a knife. She was able to kick the knife out of his hand and run, but he caught her and dragged her away. Chris was unable to remember how she did it, but she did escape, though the incident scarred her for life.
And all that's just the beginning of what will
undoubtedly not be the last encounter with the Crystal Lake Killer, but first, there would be another attempt to open a summer camp on the sparkling New Jersey shore.
Shouldn't we be on the same side?
We are on the same side. We both know what to meet. How best to get it.
They say it's the heals all wounds. And not only is that true for Jason, but also for the surrounding community of Camp Crystal Lake. All the old-timers had given up on trying to hold camp at the location due to the absolutely banks. There would always be a fresh set of young entrepreneurs who weren't afraid of the location's sordid history, seeing the stories as no more than campfire tales.
Been the first to return here. 5 years. 5 long years.
Are you really suggesting violence?
That means the year was 1984. But remember, due to the calendar difference in the fictional world, if it's Friday the 13th in the movie, it's Friday the 15th in real life. There's only one Friday the 15th in 1984, and it lands in June. I researched a bunch of summer camp start dates and found that the average start date was in mid to late June. And the counselors would get there beforehand for what I assume is about a week of training. It starts one day before, on June 12, 1984. I should also note that Camp Crystal Lake, where Jason drowned and Pebble lost her head, was closed down and roped off. So this new camp was set up next door on a property called the Packanack Lake Regis. Basically, Jason sees the counselors arrive, realizes they're just like the counselors who let him drown when he sees head counselor Paul making out with his girlfriend Jenny and strangled this guy, Crazy Ralph, with a barbed wire. Crazy Ralph had been trying to warn the Packanack staff about the danger, so Jason took him out and hid him in a pantry. Many have wondered how Jason aged up so fast. If he still appeared as a kid in '79, why was he now a full-grown adult just 5 years later? I've never really questioned it this much, seeing as how it's an 80s horror franchise where no filmmaker was afraid to change things in order to service whatever story they wanted to tell, but it's always been a huge talking point for fans, so sure, let's talk about it. I think there are 4 theories worth talking about. Theory number 1, Jason just continued aging after coming back from the dead. He drowned when he was 11, so he'd be 16 in 1984. Some 16-year-olds look like adults. When I went to summer camp as a kid, there was this one counselor that we assumed was like 25, but then we found out that he was 16. However, I've got to slash this theory because it doesn't take Jason's second encounter with Alice Rand or his first encounter with Christine Higgins into account. He's fully grown when he kills Alice, at which point she'd still be 11. Theory number 2, the multiple Jasons theory.
This one posits that 49-year-old Pamela Voorhees couldn't have accomplished all of those killings by herself, so she possessed a friend and driver to help her. This one does have some interesting things going for it, like the fact that some of the kills are rich floors. Once again, it's the majesty of how she seems to be incapable of speaking about why she's doing what she does. However, as I looked deeper into this one, I realized it was initially choosing that there were like 3 or 4 Jasons to explain the minute differences in Jasons from movie to movie. The mental gymnastics and speech often happen with sense.
Politics is a long
game,
game.
it's a stretch out.
If we use force against our hands,
Theory
our
number 3,
allies
Jason
will
never died. This theory is actually presented in universe by
You
Jim.
want me to choose who's the other.
But I
We can
like
expand
the
on it
fun
knowing what we
I
know.
can't decide.
Maybe Jason was
Then
always
talk to
invincible
the
to
ones
maps
who
drowning in the lake.
see
He
what
just
they
got up
say.
and marched right out that
Asher
night,
and
but nobody knew that he was
Nev,
alive. If
Dallas,
that's the case,
they're
then
all
Alice
part
Brent's
of it.
encounter with the
Just
child
as you
Jason
do.
must have just
We
been
should
an
all be comfortable with whatever course we take.
All right, I'll go
I'll
do
go
that.
do that.
If you're willing to accept that Alice just fell out of her canoe during a dream, this is mostly a clean theory, but it doesn't do much to explain how Jason became invincible. So, theory number 4. It's magic. In the interview I mentioned earlier, where Adam Marcus explains the inclusion of the
Gun news without
he
letting us.
mentions that it always
Well,
bothers
let's take
him
it
that
to
Jason
the
grows up so quickly. And he feels that Pamela's magic deal with the devil is what causes Jason to accelerate from a boy to a man in a couple of short months. Theories number 3 and number 4 can both work depending on what you believe.
So much
Remember what I
with
said
this
earlier
position.
about headcanon?
Oh,
Your personal headcanon
chose his
is only
side.
the movies with Friday
And
the
got what he
13th in the title
deserved.
count, then you
Leonard's
probably side with theory number 3.
Ron
But
is
still
too.
considering
I hear
everything in
you
this
started
video,
out
I have
different.
to operate with theory
Maybe you
number
were scared about something
Whatever
other
you
than
choose
gold.
doesn't really affect
But I
anything.
didn't know that
So
was.
the next day is the
And I'm
infamous
gonna
Friday the
mourn the one
13th.
that did.
Part of the fear around the date has to do with the superstition
I'll bet the best that they write anything down.
I'm
But
the
where did that
delivering it to
mentality
you or
actually
me.
come from?
Dory
I don't know,
and
so I
Varg
decided
still
to
have to decide what to do
it's
with
hard to
the
know
ones they got
exactly
coming
when
out.
Friday the 13th became thought of as unlucky, but it likely comes from the Christian religion. Oh, come on. Okay, for those of you who don't know, I have nothing against the Christian religion, but I made this video a while ago about how there are just too many horror movies that are centered
That's
on
my
I
opinion.
call it religious
Can you
horror,
believe
and
it?
ever since
After
making
all
that
that
video,
talk,
it feels like I just can't
people
escape
in the
it, no
voice.
matter what topic I
I've been
do.
looking
I
at
did
the
briefly
sideways.
mention Friday the 13th in that
I
video,
suspect this decision
as
will
Jason
determine the
but
path
I didn't
that
know it
he
was
is
this
taking.
deep.
Then
Apparently,
Dory
they're
waves
superstitious
like
about Friday the 13th because in the
He
Christian
knows
religion,
You don't stop
Judas
or
was the new
find a
betrayed
hole in
Jesus
his
and was the 13th
defenses.
guest at the
Dory
Last
has
Supper,
a
and many
brash
unfortunate things happened
and
on
made
Friday.
Varys
This
too
article from National Geographic
I
also
think
mentioned
people
that
will
maybe it's
appreciate
one of the
Varg's
reasons for the
determined
number
to
13
leave
is
things always want
because
it
many
to.
things come in sets of
No.
12, like 12
They'll
months
They'll
a year,
appreciate
or
that
12
lives
days a
actually
year.
changing
So
for the
going
better.
beyond that is seen as uncanny. That still doesn't explain the Friday thing, but regardless of the origin, I think the reason that it's still seen as unlucky today is confirmation bias.
With May,
It's such a widespread
gets
superstition
power back
that
again.
people are more
Gets
likely to
one more
believe
shot,
that something
change
bad
the
will
winds
happen
of
on Friday the
down.
13th,
Worse
making
luck
it more
than
likely for something bad to actually
Well, that's
happen.
what
Due to
when
Christian
all your
behavior,
life
the
is
same way that the positive
But
power
with
of religion
Dory,
leads to the release
We
of
could
endorphins
be
in the brain,
careful.
research shows that negative beliefs can lead
Things
to
might
negative
get harder
results.
before they get
The
easier.
other side of
He'll
that is if
figure
something
it out.
genuinely unlucky does
Oh,
happen on
takes
Friday
my
the 13th,
chances.
you're more likely to notice it because you have Friday the 13th on your mind. The other driving factor, of course, is the popularity of the Friday the 13th franchise, which ironically is another
we'll
example
have
of
to
something
show
that
the
runs
support,
well,
right?
if you
Count
include
on
Freddy
it.
vs. Jason
We'll keep
and the
fighting.
2009 remake.
For Dory,
And that brings us to Friday,
For
June
Varg.
13th,
Well,
1980.
else
is
it?
It is the
It's
belief
down
in Jason's
anyway.
legend that sets
It
things
rains
off for
on
these two
downside.
characters, Sandra and Jen. Because they venture away from their own camp with hopes of seeing Camp Blood, which is now a nickname used for Camp Crystal Lake. It's not clear which direction Camp Blood is from their camp. Here, they're walking with the lake on their left, but in the next shot, the lake is on their right, as if they're now traveling in the other direction.
So-
Maybe they don't know where it is, and they're just
Thanos
searching
is
for
gone.
an
We got
error.
the
But eventually,
introductory
Jason follows them
plans.
and sees them up the path into the territory
I
of
call
his
that
camp.
a good
With
day.
camp back in session,
And
I
then
just
about
imagine the
five
notes
hours
where Jason would have sent to his mom.
I'm having so much fun at camp this year. Deputy Winslow came back after hauling off those teams, so we played tag. And I tagged him with the claw of a hammer into the back of his head. And believe me, it was a very low-speed chase.
You know me. I'm trouble. But more than that, it's your city. You're to Vince.
If this
I
camp
care
were
about
a
the
favorite
future.
camp activity, it was definitely haunting. As the rest of the counselors would soon find out.
Mayvar's Talani has been in this game for decades. She's dedicated and ruthless when she needs to be.
Dorian Thomas is a wild card, flashy and inventive, who keeps enemies on their toes. Da Vinci has sense, or
He stop waiting for it.
Ask him politely what slashed his throat with a machete.
Someone who knows that, someone not afraid to get their hands dirty. That person is Dorian.
This also causes him to roll away from the cabin and down a long stairway.
That's what
You
it's
could
for.
say that he was cherried. You have no idea how long I've waited to say that. Inside the cabin, Jason found himself a spear and a horror mask, but ended up discarding the mask. Guess it wasn't his style. Don't worry, Jason. I'm sure you'll find the perfect mask for you one day. He finds Sandra and Jeff upstairs doing the deed, stabs the spear through both of them in one go, and then hides in their bed, waits for another counselor ready to start, and slashes her up with a chest. Maybe it's not much, but it's job to be perfect. After a minute,
see their old tools and gods so they can destroy the world?
Paul,
demanding
portraying his
intelligence, rationality, and self-awareness from our peers.
The chase takes them
You are so
outside
much
to
more
cover, but she's able to door
He's
him
putting
and kick him
me
in the balls.
such a fool.
While Jason is invincible, this early version of Jason wasn't
You
as
spoke with
useful as some of the later
What do you
iterations. In my opinion,
Who
he
should
seems
be
to get too
charged
powerful
from
the longer
here?
he's removed from being human. But what's definitely inhuman is his apparent ability to warp around in the nearby area. For example, we see him run past Ginny right here, then somehow he reappears on the trails of Slater and cuts her off.
Well,
Suggesting that
Leonard's
he literally
gone,
has
the
full
cult
information
members are
powers
gone,
I think the
and
takeaway
we're
is just
scrambling to
prepare
prepare for the God's ritual.
and this was
They'll
their
be
way of
distracted.
communicating that through the
It's
media.
a perfect opportunity
to
to
get our
get
preparations in order. And notices her guessing her contingencies on surviving the disaster. He tricks her into thinking he's left the room by standing on a chair and letting the door slide.
Dorian should lead.
Then it is decided. Of course it's...
Cleverness, which would
It
come
only
out from
makes
time to
sense,
time.
but...
The chase finally ends at Jason's house. The location of the shrine indicated their spot. Containing her bed, her sweater, the shop, the counselor named Terry, and one wolf, presumably belonging to Alice Rand. Jason shouts on the door with the picture, but instead of finding Jenny, he comes face to face with his mom, or so it seems.
People know they don't want white-ridden fiends in their city. They don't need me to tell them. I can, however, show them how to
We see
fight.
his point of view
God,
as a
cults, evil
magisters.
Nothing
He
will
even
stand
especially
in
here
our
where
way
he
for
is
you
his
to
convinced. It seems that Ginny's theory that Jason was trying to resurrect his mother must have been correct, and he believes that bringing her enough victims actually did the trick. We can only speculate on what Jason actually believes, but maybe the fact that his own revival from the bottom of the lake came after Pamela killed a bunch of counselors has convinced Jason that he can do the same to bring back his mother. If this is the case, it could explain why he's become such a relentless killing machine. Perhaps his whole motivation throughout the series is to bring back his mom. This would also support my idea that Pamela was carrying Jason's soul when she killed the counselors in 1979. Belief is a powerful, powerful influence, but the illusion is broken when Ginny moves and he spots Pamela's real head, causing Jason to snap back to reality and block her machete attack, almost like a goalie might deflect a hockey puck. While Ginny's diversion was only temporary, it did buy enough time for Paul, who had regained consciousness, to find her and wrestle Jason out of the way, allowing Ginny to grab the machete and hack it several inches into Jason's left shoulder. Before leaving, they remove his burlap mask. He finds them in their cabin, and when it looks like Ginny's guard is down, he literally shatters their illusion of safety.
Tonight, Commander, didn't they?
I've noticed that there is only one thing in this world that Jason hates more than camp counterparts, and that is windows. If Jason had a chance to break a window while going after his victims, he's going to do it 100% of the time. I brought the proof. Roll.
These meetings can't be done for business. I'm here, Inquisitor. It isn't just Inquisitor, is it? You were someone before that.
Clan Lavella. We tried to
It's not
do
just
her.
every Friday the 13th movie that contains
is holding a blast session.
There's also the Friday the 13th game that came out in 2017. The window smashing was allegedly so OP that the developers had to slow down the animation. You can also jump out windows as a counselor, where there's an achievement for jumping through 99 windows. But is there a reason that Jason hates windows as much as he does? Obviously it started because it just looks cooler than the alternate scene, where he would have just jumped out and tried to press her, but this is a character analysis video. Maybe Jason laments his childhood being cut short, and he expresses that rage through what he sees as a juvenile activity. Think of the trope of a kid in a movie getting in trouble for breaking a window with a baseball, or in some cases, a hockey puck.
God of Violence, Dreadful, Fenrir.
Also, more symbolic,
The titles he earned from
representing the fragility of human.
He
But personally, I like the juvenile disobedience thing. Jason's gonna act like a menace until he gets his mom called. The other interesting thing about this moment is that we get a rare glimpse at Jason in his dreams. Here, he looks deformed, very much new. Basically what you would expect from a hydrocephalic child grown up. He now has hair, mostly on the left side of the head. Just saying this for now, but I'll continue to track the changes that somehow matters. Jenny and Paul recently escaped, but Jason was not caught and continued his rampage through the faith. Note, I'm going to do this executions sequential, which seems to be the case. So Jason's next activity would take place on June 14th, 1984. Where he stalks the owners of a grocery store, killing one with a cleaver and the other with her own knitting needle. Jason
Guess
continued
that
to wander the
changed when
shores
he
of the
decided
Circle
to
Lake,
take
which
the
was
trail
home
and
to many
destroy the
explorers,
world.
one of which was Hagen's Cave. The same spot where he had nearly killed Christine Higgins 2 years before. At some point, Jason gets a detached eyeball from a wandering old
A
man named
ritual
Jim.
we've
It's
never
not
had
clear
known
if this
of,
is
but
another
he has
Jason
saved my
visit or
life
just a
told
hack
me
of
what
what
he
Rocky
planned to
planned
do.
with previous
He
victims, but
warned
he
me not to
allegedly let
follow
him
him,
go as a
and then
form
he
of
left us
punishment.
supposed to do so.
Hold on. You think he'd wanted you to stop him?
The next
His
day,
name
June
is
15th,
Solus.
Christine returned
It
to
means
the house,
pride.
wanting to prove to herself that she's
Perhaps he
strong
could
enough
look
to
into his
bury
mind
his
for
past wrong.
himself and
Let's
hope
just
that
say she
someone
ended up
else will
burying
help him.
more than that.
Or maybe I'm the prideful one, imagining his broken
With
heart
Christine
so
and
that
her
I may
friends
never
arrived at the
face
haven,
my folly.
Jason would have 7
That
new
I
targets on his
love
radar.
someone
But perhaps for the first
who
time,
makes
he
such
found
great
one he could
mistakes, that I might love him still.
You almost sound like you're ready to join him in that risen faith.
To give up the world for him? No. We've got to save it
I'm
first.
making a lot of
But
friends.
I'll
I was
follow.
shy at first.
If
My
there
boss
were,
really liked my pitchfork
if he
and
felt
sent
the
me
same,
from Logan. Their
if I
other
could
friend
leave the
Ollie
world
wanted to come
behind and
too,
just
but he had to
return,
take a nap. That's okay though.
I
There
don't
are
know.
more friends we meet at the main house. There's one boy over there who's just like me. His name is Shelly. I'm gonna go try to make friends with him. Love, Jason.
It is true that Shelley and Jason have a lot in common. For one, they tend to scare people.
One thing I've learned in this job is that the people I need the most are people who can tell me if I'm wrong.
Jason, Shelley is
We
also
all
insecure
get
about his
sometimes.
appearance, which is why he keeps a variety of
Sounds like
scary
that's what he
masks with
wouldn't
him at all
say.
times.
If the two of
Be
them
yourself.
were together,
You be
and you
yourself.
were happy
You
too.
look like this.
Jason previously wore a bag over his head,
This
but
is all
hasn't found a
very
replacement
hypothetical,
since it
by
was
the way.
removed 2 days earlier.
He's trapped in
But when
space
Jason
with no
sees
way
Shelley
out.
pull a prank on one of the girls where he rises out of the lake with a hockey mask and spear gun, he becomes very interested in this mask. Maybe it's because seeing Shelley emerge from the lake to scare someone reminds him of himself.
That'll teach you a
Morgan
bite.
has eyes everywhere.
Of course she does.
A lot of places mandatory hiding.
Bits and bobs for just the right price. Send your friends my way. You know, with everything going wrong in the forest, having the griffons around makes up for it.
If we can afford it.
the archdemon is hanging around.
What do we have here?
Get ready. Range is coming. You got it. If you need me, I'm good to go.
Well, Lester, beautiful girl like you should never go out in the dark alone.
What kind of lesson is that? Anyways, Jason also sort of teaches lessons with his kills, because he especially likes to target teens and young adults who are distracted by their vices, such as premarital relations and drugs. This is why the counselors were distracted and could not save him when he fell in the lake as a kid. But by getting revenge on anyone who does that kind of stuff, he's inadvertently discouraging that kind of behavior. All of this is to say that he has even more in common with Shelley, so he decides that he's going to become him. He slits the fat boy's throat and steals his gear, and with that, his iconic costume is finally complete. His first use of the hockey mask is to trick the girl, Vera. By the time she realizes it's not Shelley rising out of the water again, it's too late, and she gets shot through her eye with a spear. The rest of the friend group would follow soon after. His sixth sense for illicit material leads him to Andy, who is headed downstairs to grab a beer after hooking up with his girlfriend's head. Double mistake. Andy gets hacked and helpful doing it, and Debbie, after noticing her boyfriend's blood dropping from the ceiling above her, is stabbed through the hammock she's relaxing. Chuck and Chili are the stoner couple, so Jason throws him into an electrical box and pokes her with a red-hot fire poke. Christine's boyfriend, Rick, goes outside to look around, and Jason captures him, covering his mouth as Chris calls out for him, not bashing his head in until after she goes back inside. It's not entirely clear why he does this, but I have to assume that because Christine got away from him before, he wants to scare her as much as possible. Like a good horror director, he wants to build up the tension as much as possible before she discovers him, which he does by staging the body of her violence. Then, when she's at her most vulnerable, he releases all of the tension by defenestrating her boyfriend. What is defenestration, you ask? It's the act of throwing someone out a window. This will be on the vocab quiz, and if it was ever going to come up, it was bound to be in a video about Jason. By the way, the built-up tension to this point is worth it, because her scream is pretty great with Jason's intimidating stature and appears in the window. That's gotta be one of the best ones I've ever heard. The chase takes her through the house, out the window, and into the van where she tries to escape, but it gets stuck on the bridge, allowing Jason to strangle her in the open driver's side window. Christine uses this to her advantage by rolling out the window and trapping him there, until he gets the bright idea to just face back through it, like Nathan Explosion trying to get a sausage at the deli counter. Christine attempts to barricade herself in the bar, which might be a good plan if you had a cell phone and you were trying to stall while waiting for help to arrive, but that's not the case here in 1984. But after he inevitably gets in and ransacks the barn, he still doesn't find her until he's attacked from above, which doesn't do a whole lot, but it affords her enough time to hide up in the loft and get the sneak strike on him with a shovel when two explosives incapacitates him. Remember, this was the same iteration of Jason that got knocked down by the car door. He's still relatively human in terms of how much abuse he can handle. While he's out, Chris ties a rope around his neck, shoves him out the window, presumably executing him. But when she heads downstairs to let herself out, he comes to life and pulls himself up out of the gallows, removing his mask as medicine. Chris sees the face she couldn't make herself forget, the one that attacked her 2 summers prior. This brings up what many see as a pretty bad continuity error. When we saw Jason's face at the end of part 2, just a couple of days before, he had long hair and beard. Now, in part 3, he's bald and clean-shaven. Some will point to this as evidence of the multiple Jasons theory. However, the facial construction and messed up teeth are the same. I don't think it's crazy to assume that Jason would try shaving to change his appearance after Ginny gave his description to the police in order to try to lay low. That seems a lot more likely than Pamela finding 2 people with the exact same facial deformity. It's like he remembers her and wants her to suffer the most because she escaped last time. Jason would have a history of continuing to go after his targets until he can catch them. But he also has a history of being easily distracted, which is what happens when Ali, the motorcyclist from earlier, comes back for round 2. This time, Ali is a bit short-handed. Literally, Jason slices the guy's hand off. It oftentimes feels like the general insists that Jason is stupid, but as I pointed out earlier, that's not the case. He's actually kind of clever, manipulating when his victims see a trick down, luring people to certain locations, and disguising himself to blend in and get people to drop their guard. Why is it so common to see him get so close to killing one victim, only to get distracted and turn his attention away completely? I mean, the filmmaking reason is to extend the suspense, but as I mentioned earlier, I think that can also extend to Jason's motivation. He wants Christine to be afraid for as long as possible, because when he was an 11-year-old boy drowning in that lake, it was probably a slow and terrifying death. This time, however, the distraction created by Ali works against him, because Christine finds an axe and strikes him in the head. For the second time, Jason Voorhees is killed. But that would not be the end of the story. Jason Voorhees is a fictional supernatural slasher known for killing a lot of victims in each movie he appeared in. But is that the only thing he kills? Now that he's gained his emblematic hockey mask, I wanted to explore the idea that Jason also killed the retro goalie mask in our world. I found an article about the evolution of goalie masks, which was a great resource, taking the reader through the history of protective face wear. Starting from the first goalie to wear a mask in organized hockey, Elizabeth Graham, who tended the net for Queen's University in 1927. I couldn't find a picture of her wearing the mask, but it was said to be a fencing mask, so it might have looked something like this. The mask took a number of forms over the years, from 1927 to 1959, when Montreal Canadiens goaltender Jacques Plante regularly wore what is sometimes described as the face-hunting mask, which may sound like something from the Alien franchise, but the biggest pop culture moment for it was indeed in the Friday the 13th series of Jason. The face-hunting
good-looking mask proved to be a canvas for some creative design. With the Hockey Hall of Fame and the evolution of hockey masks article both said he switched to the birdcage masks happening in the early 1980s. Jason got his mask upgraded in 1943, which came out in 1982. So it's hard to find out when the switch actually started to happen and if Jason was the reason for the change in style. So I pulled up some footage and looked at every team starting goalie in the 1982 season and found that of the 21 teams, 14 starting goalies used the birdcage style mask and only 7 still had face coverings. So no, Jason did not kill that style of mask. It was already on the way out. If anything, he might have revived its popularity with kids and prolonged it. And speaking of revival, on June 16th, 1984, Jason was lying in a morgue in the Wessex County Medical Center, where the coroner, Axel, is flirting with one of the nurses, and immediately after doing this, Jason begins to stir. It's almost as if even the suggestion of premarital activities is enough to bring Jason back to put a stop to it. Axel moves the body to cold storage, but Jason gets out and serrates the medical examiner's neck with a bone cutter. Soon after, he catches up with the nurse and runs a scalpel through her torso. After escaping, Jason ends up heading back towards Crystal Lake, arriving in the area during the day on June 18th. I'm assuming that it was the 18th because Jason's body went missing from the morgue on the 16th, and it looks to be late at night, seeing as how Axel and Nurse Morgan appear to be the last ones there. So they would be discovered by the morning shift on the 17th and included in the next day's newspaper on the 18th. He takes out at least one person on the way, a hippie hitchhiker with a Canada in love sign who he stabs in the neck. She represents the hippie movement of the 60s and 70s, which stood for peace and wanderlust. She's the cultural opposite of Jason Voorhees, who stands for violence and staying in one place. He ends up at a small rural neighborhood that's within walking distance from the lake. It consists of 2 houses, one belonging to Mrs. Jarvis, who lives there with her 2 kids and dog, and the other is a rental property, which is rented by 6 kids to party in that summer. When they arrive, they immediately begin drinking and hooking up, which may explain why Jason was drawn to the area. The following night, June 19th, he encounters one of them by the lake. If Jason were to list his accomplishments and push card to his mom, it would look something like this.
I got the girl who did you with my knife. Before the evidence enslaved,
came looking for her with chilly spirits.
and kept us broken.
I just missed the one camping in the woods, but after all, since one twin sister got caught with me in her name.
But it's still weird.
One boy needed help finding a corkscrew.
Hey, Ted, where the hell's the corkscrew?
Okay. On to the next one.
The other twin sister got too close to a window. And you know how I hate windows. And a boy named Teddy spent a little too much time watching something he shouldn't have in front of the TV.
No, seriously, Teddy finds this old stag film reel, and he finds it absolutely hilarious. One of the prime examples of fictional characters being entertained by something that isn't remotely entertaining. Because 10 minutes later, he's still laughing at it just as hard, and a full 5 minutes after that, he seems even more enamored with it.
Some strange idea.
It's too bad he died. He'd be the ideal subscriber. I could just put out anything I want and he'd love it. Anyway, Jason blindsides a boy named Doug in the shower and crushes his face against the wall. And when his girlfriend, Sarah, finds him, she raises a panic. But Jason silences that alarm by throwing an axe to her chest. And with that, the household of scandalous teens is dead, leaving just the Jarvis family and Rob, who is a brother and son who Jason feared 6 days before. So now he's up. There's an interesting detail as Jason is destroying the Jarvis' telephone. His hands are pale and rotting, and his fingernails are black and overgrown. This is not the result of Jason joining some kind of industrial metal band. It seems now that he's been killed for a second time, his body is experiencing a zombification, and he's beginning his transformation into a deadite. And just like the most iconic deadite, his next move would be to wait down in the basement, where he would eventually kill Stalker with what appears to be a gardening blow, thereby ending Robert's bid to avenge his sister. He breaks through the underside of the stairs to try to get a hold of his next victim, Mrs. Jarvis' teenage daughter, Trench, who finds Jason has decorated the rental house with all of that evening's victims. After escaping back to her own house, she does everything she can to protect her little brother, Tommy Jarvis, who is nearly abducted by the hockey mask hellbringer. At which point Jason shows them he means business by busting through the Jarvis' front door. See, if there's anything Jason hates most, other than camp counselors and windows, it's doors. And since he came back from the dead 3 days ago, he seems to have more strength than ever before, which he takes full advantage of from here on out. Rollers.
You're going to be okay.
You know, I thought I was better, but I'm okay, mostly.
He would use his new ability to corner Trish and Tommy in an upstairs bedroom. But could he actually get the job done this time and take out his final targets?
Was it the choice? Does it mean Syria died for nothing?
You sent an artist back to where the man came from.
With Trish and Tommy Jarvis pushed to the back corner of Tommy's room, Jason seems to have the two dead to rights.
But the RCA Corporation has other control, because Trish smashes a big old 80s TV over his head, putting him out cold on the floor. Though, we would find out if he survived a lot faster than Stu Macher, the Scream character, who we still don't know the status of after 28 years. More chasing ensues, and there's a pretty cool shot of him in the doorway right here, but it ends back at the Jarvis house, where Trish gets hold of the machete and uses it to cut Jason's hand in half. But this hardly seems to slow him down at all. Just my professional opinion, that is, as a YouTuber, not just the further he gets in his transformation to Deadite, the less human pain he's able to feel. We see a machete chop to the chest and does nothing. The only thing that can stop him is the same vulnerability that Ginny exploited in the prior. Tommy, an expert special effects enthusiast, comes downstairs, having shaved his head versus the police officer Jason from when he emerged from the lake in 1979. Jason seems to have a weak spot for figures resembling his mother or resembling himself. Again, Jason is not that stupid. I think the only reason this works on him is because he knows that the magic of the Necronomicon is at play, so being approached by a younger version of himself doesn't seem that out of the question. Jason would be confronted with himself one more time later down the timeline, but we'll get to that in a moment. The distraction allows Trish to knock his mask off with a machete blow to the head, giving us an updated look at his face. He's now developed wrinkles and scarring. Remember, all three of these face picks happen over the course of a week, which I think supports the idea that he's undergoing a supernatural transformation. The removal of the mask allows Tommy Jarvis to pick up the dropped blade and make a much deeper gash into the silent stalker's face. This still doesn't get the job done, though. Jason's fingers can be seen moving, so Tommy goes, well, I think we can just call it full Tommy Jarvis mode, slashing the seemingly eternal villain over and over. Jason appears to die for real this time, with headlines like Jason Voorhees slain and killing spree ends in Crystal Lake. Ironically, he was buried in a place called Eternal Peace Cemetery, but his rest would be anything but eternal. In 1988 or 1989, a local man stole Jason's persona to commit a series of murders, but was killed shortly thereafter, giving the community confidence that the fear of the Crystal Lake Killer was something that they could leave behind in the 1980s. Because of this, they renamed the whole area to Forest Green, from Forest Green County to Lake Forest Green, all the way down to Forest Green, which was also relocated to a small park.
No one in Forest Green was near money what that maniac did here. That's why we changed the name.
But the people of Forest Green would soon learn that no matter what you do in the present, you can't stop the effects of the past from resurfacing. The first one to learn this lesson was a young Freddie Higgins, who was voting on the lake for Lincoln, but he pushed her in, and the spirit of young Jason Voorhees pulled her further. Freddie would escape, but continue to be haunted by the memory. While this loose spirit seemed to be confined to the lake bed, Tommy Jarvis was plagued by Jason in a different way, psychological hallucinations. On Thursday, June 12, 1990, now all grown up, he set out to destroy Jason's corpse, thinking it would put an end to his psychological trauma. But upon seeing the man who nearly killed his own family, he goes full Tommy Jarvis mode again, repeatedly inhaling the remains of the legendary killer with a nice nose. But then, the plan backfires as a bolt of lightning strikes the post strikes, sending an electric current through Jason's body, which somehow revives him for a third time. Obviously, this is too crazy. The scientist harnesses the power of lightning as the electrical energy needed to create life in a figure for stitching up the body. So don't try that at all. All this applies to Jason is not really real. The first and second survival results of the Necronomicon that need to punish my libido. Is the lightning strike just no chance? I think not. It's because of the specific choice to have lightning strike the same spot twice. Something that is said to be worse. Maybe Hamlet Voorhees was foolish things from the animals. Or maybe the Necronomicon's curse dictates that any time there's a chance to bring Jason back, it will happen. Only one thing is sure. Jason lives. As you might see, this Jason no longer looks human at all, taking on the appearance of a stereotypical zombie. His face was literally crawling with maggots, leading to his eventual nickname, Maggot Head. And just like the last two times he was revived, he's gained even more power, which he shows by punching the hole straight through the chest of Tommy's friend, knocking him back into the open grave. This is not just a personal theory anymore, because Tommy seems to notice it too.
We've got to do something. He's even more powerful now that you're the kid whose mother and friends were killed by that maniac.
As always, Jason heads back to where he feels most at home, the lakeside campground. And on the way, he encounters two of his least favorite things, cat counselors. With the fence post still in hand, Jason punctures their tire, punctures the male counselor, and finally stands over the female counselor and jams his rod down her throat. And yes, I'm aware that she's carrying around an expired debit card. I can tell it's expired because the next day is stated to be Friday the 13th.
Happy Friday the 13th.
As we know, Friday the 13th in a movie is the equivalent of Friday the 15th in real life. Here are the Friday the 15th in the late 80s, and here are the Friday the 15th in the 1990s. The calendar in the sheriff's office shows that it's June, meaning that Jason's next rampage must have taken place on Friday, June 13th, 1990. Which includes 5 company officials who are on a paintball retreat, the drunkard digger of graves who gets destroyed with his father, the pair of promiscuous picnickers who gets pierced with Jason's machete, and a couple of carnal camp counselors who gets killed in their caravan after copious amounts of poetry. I don't know if poetry was an activity at Camp Forest Green, but I feel like that at least was an post, because apparently the campers don't actually send their parents postcards, they use padded paper. Jason, by the way, pops right back up after the RV crash with no apparent injuries. Finally, Jason arrives at Camp Forest Green, but for the first time since he was a camper there, camp activities would be in session. There's a moment that caught my eye right before Jason's arrival at the camp. One of the kids is reading John Paul Sartre's No Exit, a play in which the characters are trapped together in a room that represents hell. It seems fitting, seeing as how they're all about to find themselves in an inescapable hell with Jason. More than anything, this story, Jason Twins, is about the idea that history cannot be altered or forgotten. You have to accept that tragedy happens, but make the most of your situation regardless. This is illustrated in the constant contrast between the erasure of the past and the legacy of Jason Voorhees. The names of the county, city, and campground had all been changed, and anyone who brings up Jason is run out of town. But his imprint on the community is inescapable. There's a card game about him called Jewel of Blood, where Jason is a jack, and the other face cards represent counselors. And even the little kids have nights reflecting the passing of a legend about their most infamous residents. But to their horror, Jason is a bigger threat now than he ever was in the past, as the counselors would soon find out. One counselor, Elizabeth Baker, thinks she hears a friend playing a prank on her and tries to get him back by wrenching him with his prize. But Jason is not someone who messes around with the water, and twists Miss Baker's head off her neck. Another Forest Green staff member, Paula, is held inside of her cabin, then promptly defenestrated, because that's kind of Jason's thing. Jason enters the girl's cabin, leans over the bed of one girl who's awake, but ultimately hears a car door slam outside and doesn't attack him. So what's the deal here? When I covered Michael Myers on horror history, I talked about how he doesn't like harming kids, likely due to Arrested Development, because he was just so sensitive as a kid, he sees himself as a kid. You could make the same argument for Jason. He was drowned when he was 11, so he'll always be sympathetic with his kids. At least that's how Tom McLaughlin, the director of Jason Lives, sees it.
Here again is the whole thing of having children there, and we've seen how violent Jason is.
Will the series at least give you a chance to hold it up and
Nope. You're a kid, are you?
And she wouldn't say why we have to meet in person.
However, there have been 11 different directors in this franchise, each with their own vision for the character. I'm not going to take a remark in a DVD commentary as gospel. Jason had no problem going after Tommy Jarvis when he was a kid, after all. And honestly, it doesn't make much sense. The kids were the ones who bullied him and pushed him off of the dump. And he's never taken pity on characters that he relates to begin with. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed Shelley. So I think this is just another instance of Jason allowing himself to get distracted in order to confuse and terrorize his victims. As the police pull up, he hides out in the trees and manages to take out one officer with a throwing knife. But another manages to get the draw on him and fires 5 shots into his chest. But the bullets go right through this new and improved maggot head Jason, allowing him to walk right up and crush his head. A heavier shotgun blast from Sheriff Harris is enough to knock Jason off his feet, but he gets up and just continues his pursuit each time. In the end, breaking the head honcho's spine in hand-to-hand combat.
What do you think? I think we're dead meat.
Hey, wrong channel, kid. Now, you may be wondering, with Maggot Head Jason being effectively invincible, is there any way to stop him? Would you even want to stop him if it just means him coming back even more powerful? Tommy Jarvis did his homework if he has the answer. According to his research in these books, including 30 Years Among the Dead, Dead or Alive, and the Manual of Occultism, the only way to stop Jason is to find his original resting place at the bottom of the crystal ball. This plotline actually works nicely with theory number 4. It makes sense that to stop a spell enacted from the Necronomicon, you'd have to consult some magic literature of your own. Meanwhile, Jason's next target is the sheriff's daughter, Megan. But when he hears the voice of Tommy Jarvis call out, Jason turns his attention to him, the one who killed him years earlier, and the one who interrupted his slumber in the cemetery. It's likely that Tommy is the one that Jason is looking for this time. Jason marches towards Tommy's boat in the lake. He walks straight down under the surface, apparently unable to float. But after launching himself out of the water, the two struggle, and Tommy is able to lock a chain around Jason's neck. When Crystal Lake's eternal resident tries to fight back, he body slams the boat in half,
causing the boulder on the opposite end of the chain to sink to the bottom of the lake. It lands next to the old sign for Camp Crystal Lake, signifying how you can try to bury the past, but you can't do away with it forever. Even with Jason tethered below the surface, he's still able to reach for Tommy and later Megan, who tries to save him. His relentless attack doesn't end until she manages to reach for the boat and steer the propeller into Jason's face with the net, which cuts through his mask and finally appears to return him to his waterproof grave. The greatest chapter in Jason's history is over.
When the great force struck, we embraced the blood of dragons. Champions blessed with fire protected us and saw the unseen. We escaped to distant shores, but found no peace. Disease would lay us low. If more of us flee across the ocean, it means our people fail. Prepare then for the devouring storm.
What does all that Vashidon mean?
It means, cousin, that the power you wield is no accident. It means our people fought against an ancient enemy. And it means the Canary fled that same enemy to come here.
But what does that mean now?
Only the spirits can say.
That doesn't say what it is. It could be a demon, or the Blight, or anything.
Yes, the tablet says only that the Adari stood against it.
So this is what my mother died to give me. More work? This is Vashidon.
Sorry, Rowan. Taking this hard.
As a seer, I am a vessel through which spirits share their wisdom. That wisdom is not always a comfort. Please go to them, Rook. They need your voice more than mine right now.
Right, where'd they go? Found him. I broke my neck climbing up here in the rain. Had to find the highest place around here. Hey, Tosh.
All that work. All the ancient Kunari crap that she died for.
And
And what's the secret?
More
More
work?
work?
More
More
responsibility?
responsibility?
She
She
can't
can't
just
just
leave me with this.
She can't just...
Leave me!
She
She
never
left you.
She's
right there on your necklace.
She'll be there whenever you need her.
The
Kunari thought I was a mistake.
The
The Dragon King thought I was a weapon. Shatan was the only one who believed in me.
How did
How
they
did they forget everything the tablet said?
How did
How did they
lose
lose
so
so
much?
much?
How long
How long have the Kunari been at war with Tavinta?
300
300 and something years?
Around that?
You
You fight a war for 300 and something years.
All your
All your other problems have to sit and wait.
The first
First bit of the tablet.
Don't
Don't trust anything except what's written in the fire. Stories change. Eventually people forget what they used to mean.
Your
Your mother knew that.
The
The Kunari have forgotten so much. They won't be ready for whatever's next, whether it's the devouring storm or something else.
But
Ravain will.
We've got
We've got a lot of Kunari who don't follow the tune.
And we can
We
get
can
more.
get more.
From where?
Where?
From
From
beyond
beyond
time.
Tom.
They already,
They already broke away from the tune.
They
They
respect,
respect strength.
Maybe we
Maybe
can
we can
kill the bad ones
and
bring
bring the rest in.
Show them,
Show them how to live outside the tune.
Like my
Like my mother did.
I can do
I can
that,
do that for you.
Tom.
Jason's home.
But as the title suggests, Jason lives. He would remain there, stuck in place for nearly 2 years. This would go on to be the most iconic part of Jason's story in our worlds too. So much so that it inspired one of the coolest pieces of fan art that I've ever seen.
In 2013, a Minnesota-based diver and horror fan named Doug Klein created a life-size Jason Voorhees doll and anchored it 120 feet at the bottom of a flooded mine pit. The area is used as a scuba diving school, and it's far down enough that you'll need a light to see it even during the day. Imagine going down in a practice dive and coming mask to mask with the Crystal Lake Killer himself. It sounds like a cool setup for a Friday the 13th movie, but the actual story of Jason's return is much more bizarre than that. In this one, there's a calendar opened up to the month of May, and there's only one May in the 1990s containing a Friday the 13th in their universe, or if you meant the 15th in our universe. And that is May of 1992. Specifically, May 12th is where things pick back up, and it involves a psychokinetic teenager named Tina Shepard and her psychiatrist, Dr. Cruz.
Psychokinetic ability is a projection of the suppressed guilt feelings that you have.
What part of that was not English? I mean, even if you didn't know what psychokinetic meant, you could easily figure it out based on the context of the conversation. And it's not like Carrie has to die yet at that point. Anyway, Tina is ridden with guilt over an incident from her childhood where she lost control of her powers, accidentally resulting in the death of her father. As she stands at the edge of the lake, she senses Jason's presence down there. But in her emotional state, she confuses it for her father and telekinetically frees him from his confining chains. Jason, now withered to the bone in some places, rises from the dark waters and disappears.
So
Visually, this is the coolest
sneak around,
After 2 years of rushes at the bottom of the lake, his mask is cracked away, and his jaw is rotted to expose the menacing set of teeth on the left side of his face. It won't take long for Jason to come across a broken down car with 2 potential victims to get himself back in another side.
We'll be spotted. Fortunately, we have someone who can pass as a servant.
This entry, Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood, takes place at these two houses
There'll
along
be
the lake
other
in just about the
undead
same spot
servants.
as the cabin
I'd be
story
surprised
six
if
Jason
Jason
lives.
recognized him.
Normally when I'm making these videos, I would come up with some kind of excuse to explain away the continuity, like I did earlier. I said Jason shaved in between Part 2 and Part 3 to
You're
avoid
defying a fellow guest.
this,
Help
there's
us gather
no
information
excuse. In
on
1990, there's a campground here,
welcome
no
might
two-story
be.
house in
We'll
sight,
be
and in
watching
1992,
in case
there's just a
anything
neighborhood and no
occurs.
campground in sight. I would say that the camp was demolished after Jason lives and the houses were built in the meantime, but there's also a flashback to the mid-80s where we see the same
Destroy
I would say that there are multiple dock sites.
whatever
Translates
he
Camp
can.
Blood and Camp Packanack were two separate
Hopefully,
locations. But
before
no,
she
this is the same
sees
spot that
relations
Jason's
with her
anchored.
guests.
At this point, I would try to say that maybe there are multiple timelines and Jason Lives takes place in a different reality than New Blood. But no, we see a flashback in New Blood with footage from Jason Lives, making it very clear that this is a direct sequel. It's just a really egregious continuity error that we'll have to try to ignore. Also, it's been renamed back to Crystal Lake. Anyway, New Blood is centered around a birthday party happening at one of the houses. The party is for this guy, Michael, but his car breaks down on the way, and they have the misfortune of coming across Jason. His girlfriend gets killed by figures to a tree routine, and Michael gets a very special prize. The old throwing hat routine. Because that's what he gets for trying to celebrate his own birthday on Jason's favorite school. He also comes across another couple camping in the woods. When the boyfriend steps away to retrieve some wood, Jason punches right through him and steals the machete. Not sure why he needs a machete when he can punch through human flesh, but he certainly likes the way that he looks at the girl. He takes it back to their campsite, where Judy says not the wisest choice of words, considering what Jason is known for. However, he only uses the machete to open the tent. Judy's actual method of death is a little maneuver I like to call the sleeping bag slam, which would become a favorite. The next day is the big Friday the 13th. Does anyone else find it interesting that Friday the 13th is considered an unlucky day, and Jason always seems to return on that day, mostly just by luck? It's not like he's waiting around all year and decides to strike on Friday the 13th. Most of the time he's dead or in captivity, and someone just so happens to revive him right before Friday the 13th. Anyway, Jason first started to his mom this time when it included 2 college students who got skinny to think one is actually the other friend. One insecure girl who he calls Shed. She believes she's outsmarted him by burrowing under a wall, but he knows exactly where she is and tells him both awesome. Another couple shagging in a van, resulting in a school crush and an eye gouge out for yet another couple who work up an appetite with their late night activities. Not sure why you said it like that, but okay. Instead of getting a midnight snack, David gets a midnight kitchen knife through the rib, and he's later decapitated. His girl later commits it, and you know exactly where she's going. And this guy, Eddie, our aspiring science fiction writer, also gets a classic death, decapitation. The birthday party backdrop for all of these girls could be interpreted as a symbol for the themes that are present in this. Jason's rival this time is the telekinetic girl, Tina. Both are going through their own personal rebirth of sorts. Jason is metaphorically reborn from under the surface of Crystal Lake to massacre a new generation of teens, and Tina is being reborn. She has to learn to harness her previously repressed special powers. It's a battle of which one will find his or her footing first. But, lost in the commotion of the basement slaughterfest are Tina's mom, Mrs. Shepard, and her doctor, Dr. Cruz. And Jason is drawn to the sound of their argument. He approaches them with a bush cards, which I didn't even know what that was until I looked it up. It just looks like a weapon to me, but apparently it's the greatest tool ever.
These also things and checks. Some people call them Russia hooks, some people call them big blades on a snake. It's the ground. No, it's some sweet tea. Checks.
Not again. Dude just loves bushes. Anyway, Mrs. Shepard makes like a bush and gets out. After disposing of her, Jason comes back with a motorized brush saw. Call him landscape and Jason, I guess. Dr. Cruz just kind of stops running at some point, and Jason comes in from the opposite side somehow and kills him. Which is weirdly another example of Jason seemingly being able to warp from spot to spot. Another thing I find interesting about landscape and Jason is that he moves all of his victims to one spot in the woods. It makes me wonder if he's attempting to build another shrine, like he's still stuck on the idea that he can bring back his mother if he performs this ritual. We never get to find out if those were his intentions, though, because eventually he crosses paths with Tina, who uses her telekinesis to wrap Jason up in tree roots, pin him down in a puddle, and break off an overhead power cable to electrocute him, which is suspiciously similar to something that Carrie White does in Stephen King's novel, Care. But this doesn't keep him down very long. Tina tries to fight him off by repeatedly air-eating heavy objects in his direction, and eventually she just collapses the roof on him. Killed him. Instead, he wasn't dead, as proven when he axed this girl in the face and chased the last 2 remaining survivors, Tina and her love interest Lynn. And this is where we learn that if there's one thing Jason hates more than camp counselors, windows, and doors, it's definitely walls and sometimes the floor.
As he attempts to crush Nick, Tina tries to save her new boyfriend by squeezing Jason's mask so tight that white pus oozes out of his skull and the mask breaks off entirely. Oh man, Shelly's gonna be pissed. There's an interesting pattern here, though. Jason may be invincible in the sense that you can kill someone, but it's clear that he is continuing to degrade as time goes on. The battle between Tina and Jason is an epic one, but it ends with Tina crying him into the basement, Jason pulling her down with him, and her driving him out of the car, then also cans of gasoline, and finally lighting him up with the flames from the furnace. Not only is this another page taken from the book of Carrie White, but there's a fun trivia item for you. Jason was the original slasher to get basement burninated 30 years before Michael Myers. So that's it. Jason's body was completely annihilated by the blast, and he couldn't possibly come back. Oh no, it's already back. Their battle actually ends on the docks, where Tina uses her abilities to latch on to the died at this very spot 10 years ago, and he wraps yet another chain around Jason's neck and drags him back until the lake starts lost, trapping them both below the surface once again. The dad doesn't look decayed at all, which is weird and makes me wonder if Crystal Lake itself is actually part of the formula for granting eternal life. Like, is Jason's invincibility tied to the fact that he drowned in this lake specifically? I'm gonna try not to pick too hard, because, like I said, it was not exactly a shining example of the more important takeaway is that the mask is destroyed and Jason is returned to his underwater prison. But it's only a matter of time until the suffocated summer camper would surface yet again. Jason's next rampage wouldn't happen for another 6 years during a high school graduation celebration.
The true West has gone all the way out to school late. The senior class is late this month.
In the U.S., graduation ceremonies typically take place in June. So in the real world, that's a Friday, June 15th revolution. However, the only settled date during the 90s is in 1990, before the events of New Blood. We know this is after New Blood because we see Jason crushed under the dock, just like after his battle with Tina. So maybe like you and I graduated in May instead of June. In fact, when I was in high school, our graduation was in May because the seniors got to get out earlier for Christmas. If it's in May, then there are two possible dates, May 1992 and May 1998. 92 would be during New Blood. So because of this line, completely my teachers, Jason or he's within years. It must be May of 1998. Don't be fooled into listening to this character, Jim Miller, who tells of Jason's drowning about 30 years ago. He must be missing 30 years after the drowning would be 1987. Wait, how's that in this one? Note how the visual tells the story show Jason drowning at night, and he says that's when the murder started, which is incorrect. So Jim Miller is just an unreliable storyteller. He also claims that these are just stories, which is categorically untrue, something he'd know if he paid any attention to the news. He would find out the truth the more in his own anger because he was more capable of playing, which somehow resulted in Jason getting caught in electricity again, which, as we know, is an effective way to revive him. And, as luck would have it, Jim happened to have a replica Jason mask that he used to scare his girlfriend, Susie Knox. This also kind of shows that Jason's notoriety has grown in universe to the point that costume products are being made of his image. I suppose this could just be about how he is, but seeing as how this is nearly a decade after his last use of the old masks that in the NHL in 1990 by journeyman Sam St. Laurent, it seemed more likely that Jason merch has made its way to the As is often the case, Jim and Susie made the mistake of rocking the ghost, so Jason used himself. Prepare for it. At this point, Jason takes control of their boat, and surprisingly, he voluntarily leaves Crystal Lake for the first time, swimming the vessel onto the ocean. There's no indication as to why he decides to do this, but I can't speculate. Jim and Susie were supposed to be part of her trips to New York City to celebrate her graduation, starting on Friday the 13th. Jason probably wanted to do something special for Friday the 13th, since it had been many years since his last rampage, and figured what better place to find teens to kill than a graduation crew. So that takes us directly to Friday, May 13th, 1998, when Jason swims from the drifter to the motor vessel Lazarus Animal and climbs up on a rope dangling from the side. The name of the ship, the Lazarus, is a reference to Lazarus of Baptist, a figure in Christianity whose life is restored by Jesus 4 days after his death, perhaps an intentional nod to Jason's ability to return from death each time he visits. As usual, he's spotted by a harbinger, and one by one, he takes down each of the students traveling on board, starting with a new spin on an old classic. Where the old landscape in Jason would have used a bush axe, the new seafarer in Jason uses a different kind of axe. This chick ends up getting cut down by her own axe in the power room under the vault. The spree continues with one student who gets a hot sauna rock smashed through his torso, causing his insides to catch fire, one egotistical bully girl who he slices up with a broken mirror shard, which may or may not be some kind of message about inner beauty, and he harpoons the ship's second in command, Jim Carlson, which is like the third Jim that he's killed. What does he have against people named Jim? Does he just hate anyone else who has a J name? When the captain comes back to find his cohort massacred, Jason appears behind him and slits his throat with, I'm not exactly sure what this is, but I believe it may be a Korean machete, a common tool on ships designed for cutting ropes and other materials. A notable twist on one of Jason's favorite weapons. Throughout all of this, graduating senior Rennie Wickham and her dog Toby see terrifying visions of the child form of Jason. It's likely that she was targeted with these visions or spirits because she and Jason both share the experience of nearly drowning Crystal Lake at the age of 11. Rennie ended up developing a fear of water from its incidents.
Ah, there's our substitute. Well done. It's not over. One must be delicate. That's the best of your habits.
Not as much as Jason had a fear of water as a kid due to his inability to swim, but now that he's immortal, his fear of drowning is no longer relevant. However, I will come back to this concept later.
Jason goes through his usual routine. Normally, he cuts electricity and telephone lines, but since they're on a boat, he sabotages the vessel's communication. At some point, he hears an emergency PA announcement asking those on board to meet at the bridge, but he catches one straggler, and Ava, and she tries to hide from him on the party. She seemingly gets disoriented by all the lights and music or something. It's honestly a very strange scene that goes on way too long. But long story short, she panics at the disco, and he decides, let's kill tonight, and he dies restrained. I guess it's a sin and a tragedy. He also chunks a double student for the flags and South Fire, which I guess is the right thing to do, considering the kid's body is on fire. The fire melts a hole in the ship, causing it to start sinking. But Jason wastes no time taking whatever victims he could. Like the kid who is thrown from the ladder, who's skewered on the boat's antenna, the deckhand who gets the fire axe in the back, or the other kids who get news for dead to drown the disc. In a haunting display, Jason simply watches as he leaves the last 5 remaining humans and one dog to huddle into the lifeboat and paddle away. So, we don't see Jason again. He emerges from the water in the harbor in New York City. I can only assume that after the Lazarus sunk, he simply walks along the ocean floor, looking up the lifeboat and following them until they reach shore. Since he's already drowned 3 times before, his lungs are full of water, and he's dense enough to stay dead, and so he can't be killed without being outside. Jason comes face to face with a billboard for the Eastern Monument, where he sees a mask nicknamed Identified. After seeing it, he reverses his course. I have to wonder if he was remembering back to when Tony Jarvis used his own image for Frank and decided to just steer clear of the store. After he waters the dogs, he finds Frank who's in the midst of being assaulted by 2 gays. Jason makes like Max Bacon, Stranger Things, and offended by the deal, which goes clean through him, and it might just be the most accidentally heroic thing that Jason has ever done. This is similar to I think it's BS when people say Jason doesn't kill kids, or Jason only wanted revenge for his death, or Jason is just the embodiment of evil. The moment shows that Jason doesn't discriminate. He wants to kill everyone, good or bad. It doesn't matter. After the other criminals takes action to his team of fight, Jason doesn't hesitate to turn his attention to kids who have expectations set by parents and guardians that they're trying to break out. Rennie wants to overcome her fears instead of living in the shadow of fear under her uncle. Sean wants to carve his own path instead of becoming a sea captain like his father. The Statue of Liberty in New York represents a new destiny for many immigrants, and Sean gives Rennie a Lady Liberty necklace, representing a new start for them without being controlled by past authority figures. The overall theme of this entry can also kind of be applied to Jason. He too is finally changing his destiny. His whole existence up to this point has been about staying back at Crystal Lake and avenging his mother, listening to her every command if he has to. But now, he's leaving Crystal Lake for the first time and doing his own thing in New York, ending the lives of whoever he wants, whenever he wants along the way. Maybe he'll just send a postcard. But this time, he's got his sights set on the survivors. He allowed the school's star boxer to throw 57 punches at him uncontested, but demonstrated his superiority by knocking his opponent's head off with one huge haymaker. However, that's nothing compared to the squad car that Rennie ramps him with. But even that only keeps Jason down for a few seconds. And Rennie's uncle, Mr. McCullough, pays the price, with the honorary defenestration of the song. Jason then dunks him in a barrel of sewage to drown the guy. A fitting end to the guy who once nearly drowned his niece, to be honest. Rennie, understandably, starts to lose it.
I was at school and they told me, Rennie, your parents died in a car accident. It just seems like everybody I care about, I lose. It's not gonna happen this time.
What? What are you talking about? She just lost her uncle, her teacher, the only trusted adult in her life, and basically all of her classmates. Dude, no, not the time for that. As you may recall, Jason looks to kind of have a sixth sense for romantic activities, and this seems to activate it. The chase after his final 2 targets commences, taking them into the subway where Jason's electrocuted on the tracks, through Times Square where Jason scares off the bombs from space, through a diner and into the sewers where he jumps a sanitation worker and bashes his head into his own tool. Though she may not have any superpowers or occult knowledge like her 2 predecessors, Rennie still manages to surprise him with a bucket of toxic chemicals, which are just lying around.
This seems to hurt him more than almost anything we've seen before, causing him to remove his mask and scream in pain. The unmasked Jason looks different from his previous zombie iteration. He now seems to have lost all of his teeth and devolved into more of a slime monster than a zombie, perhaps as a result of the toxic waste melting away his rotting skin. His left eye seems to have basically turned to mush, and he's left stumbling around, barely holding his balance. If there's any conclusion we can take away from the evolution of these rare appearances of his unmasked face, is that even though Jason can't experience true death, the damage issued by his opponents over the last 2 decades are slowly breaking him down. Still, he manages to reach his targets at the 144th Street access lab. Only problem is, he's too late. The 12 a.m. flood of toxic waste rapidly floods the sewer system. I don't know why the NYC sewers are filled with toxic waste, but we just saw the effect that a little bit of this material had on him. The prospect of getting washed away with the stuff triggers flashbacks to the waves washed over him as a child in Crystal Lake, costing him his life for the first time. After this, Rennie sees the vision of Jason's drowned body as a child one last time, as the threat is finally swept away long enough for her, Sean, and the dog Toby to safely get out of New York. At some point, Jason must have walked back to New Jersey and continued his tradition of killings back at Crystal Lake. Or at least I assume the killing continued, because why else would there have been an FBI response to Jason Bourne? He got a new mask, which now barely fits over his face, and almost seems to be melting into. I can't give you an exact date for the FBI attack on Jason. It could have been any time between 2001 and 2005. I can't use my old trick of finding which years had a Friday the 13th with certain months, because they stopped using the phrase Friday the 13th in the such trial. This one is just called Jason Goes to Hell. It's mentioned that the cabins were down a few years before, and we still see them upright in 1998, so it must be at least 2001. The FBI's trap is also using a female agent as bait to get Jason out in the open, where they open fire on him from all directions, completely blasting his body. Several seconds later, it's still beating.
Increments to celebrations are considered a trait of Navarro's social season.
The coroner determines that Jason's heart is twice the size of the ball, and it's filled with a black viscous fluid. It starts beating again as he examines it. The black liquid is a physical manifestation of the immortality spell cast on Jason from the Necronomicon. It must be what allowed his spirit to move from Hannibal to Jason, and now it would find a new host. The coroner Phil is possessed to eat the heart, causing the fragments of Jason's soul to leave Jason's body and enter his own. I'll just call this combined entity Phil Jason, or PJ for short. But it's said that Jason won't survive in a foreign body. He'll get weaker and more prone to disease. I'm guessing he needs a body with similar DNA, which would explain why he was able to share a body with the Portuguese and when he's trying to possess someone else in his blood.
In a boy he was born, through a boy he may be reborn.
He fights his way out of the morgue, taking a fellow coroner and a couple of mercenaries out from the body, leading to speculation about his return. These men speculate that a serial killer only believed to be deceased. Many say yes. Okay, calm down. Over the next week, 8 more Jason-style murders take place along the path from the morgue in Ohio to Crystal Lake, New Jersey. PJ manages to track down a waitress named Diana Kimball. Her name is Diana Voorhees. This communication.
Open your eyes. Friends to the dead.
Friends, this one was abandoned, lost.
Rick, it's getting noisy. He's unsubstantial. Speak. Where is Pessimcoff?
Prove yourselves. What claim you of the deceased? A willing dead companion. This one concedes. It costs anything that should not be. Red tapestry. Look there.
Did you hear that? Manfred! I know. Also, we should move. Oh, he can talk. Manfred, say something else. Come now. You just spoke. We have to go. Yes.
JJ here's Jessica. Just break into the Morgan's house. So we can use it to trick Jessica. I'll obviously be calling this one RJ. When RJ finds Jessica, it's pretty funny because she's all like, "What the heck? Where have you been?" I don't know why Jason works with his another body. But just goes towards it all on his own body. But I'm not going to try to as large I am, I am. Surprisingly, he opens with side rather than most of the never mind, he easily disposes of the thing on top. Lockers to possess her with his snake top, the same way that weird thanks to a distraction from Sheriff Landis, Jessica gets cast shooting of a handcuffed Steve and RJ will scan switch from automatic to smoke, which lasts for a solid 20 seconds, at which point he finds himself surrounded by cops. He manages two of their heads together and scares away the third, allowing him to escape the police station and follow Jessica and Steven back to the diner, where he tears Grissom back in, goes all Gronkowski on a restaurant patron's head, goes all McDonald's fry cook on a restaurant worker's head, and elbows the restaurant owner's mouth permanently shut, which honestly kind of deserved. That lady was an He nearly gets to Jessica again, this time she eventually slipped through his fingers when he shot the leg and absolutely skewered with his metal. Unfortunately for her, she suffers the same fate when he grabs her. Like the earlier moments against the locker, the most mute innuendo was told his sexuality, but it kind of become a wrong word. Innuendos into his guilt for committing the fact he switches bodies again. This officer named Brand. I'll call him RJ soon. Where he speaks for the first time.
More on deck. One track.
He's spoken for a third time. This guy's becoming a bigger nuisance for Jason than Tommy Jarvis. The evil escapes Randy's body in the form of this slimy lizard creature, Diana's death, causing him to fully transform back into the main hockey mastering Jason that we all know. I don't know why he didn't do this early. There's no concrete lore to explain how this is physically possible other than this robot.
And a boy he would be born. Through a boy he made me be born.
But as I mentioned earlier, Jason and the Friday is not about continuity. It's something that's hard to get on terms with because I know history is about continuity. But even getting his old body back seems to be only half of it. He does call the assassin to do in a giant bear hug with his new nemesis, Steven, gives him a taste of his own medicine by tackling him out of it. How does it feel, Jason? And they fight for a really long ass time, allowing Jessica to retrieve the magic dagger. We see Jason fight energy being sucked out of him. The beams of energy get shot back down, like Jason's soul is being denied access from heaven, and a series of thorn-like hands reach out to him. The crystal lake takes the ground. Yes, Jason's going to be sending postcards from hell from them. Only his cracked and eroded body is to remain. Enter Frederick Group, born in the early 1940s in Springwood, Ohio. Freddie was abused as a kid, learns love, and after his kids as an adult, causing many to return to safety.
We found an old abandoned warehouse. Take his kids.
When Freddy came back as a demon of dreams and a person of life, he started to invade the nightmares of the kids whose parents ended his life 7 years earlier, using their fear to continue to fuel his reaction. So, just like Jason, Freddy had a disdain for kids and teenagers, and every now and then he would reemerge and consume more of those. Freddy was the group, and the town developed a system to keep Freddy back by prescribing a dream suppressant drug to anyone who mentioned the Springwood slasher's name. In the summer of 2005, 4 years after Freddy's last action, we did this recently. And that was 4 years. Freddy Krueger had a plan to spring back into action. Jason is trapped in a purgatory where Freddy creates the illusion of a skinny dipping girl. When Jason finishes it, Freddy shifts to a series of others, each of them admitting to the crimes that they committed when they should have been watching the crystal lake. Freddy, most likely using the last reserves of his remaining power, takes the form of Jason's mother,
instructs him to wake up and go to Elm Street to strike fear into the kids next. This gets Jason's heart beating also. He climbs out of the spot he was dragged under and begins his journey to Elm Street. Jason arrives at 1428 Elm Street, the current home of high school senior Lori Campbell. He sneaks into the back door and finds a pair of teens, Gib and Trey, using the upstairs bedroom. And when Gib hops in the shower, Jason shows Trey his own version of the downward thrust, with his machete that is.
Welcome back to the channel. Today we'll be solving the lever puzzle in the secret passage of Blackthorn Manor. You come across this in the Sacrifice of Souls quest, which is one of the last companion quests to Emmerich. There are 3 symbols above the secret doorway. We must pull the corresponding 3 levers, however only 2 are in this room. Once you're through the passageway, arc to the right and you'll find a chest with a unique item in, which is always good. You can then use your dagger to free the wisp, and we can take this to the locked gate out of the room to then free up the second lever.
This wall looks... Secret door. Manfred, could you please squeeze through and open the door from the other side? Aha! I knew it would imagine speaking. How can Manfred talk now? He began as a wisp that embodied what most wisps do. Curiosity. I knew he was learning quickly outside the necropolis, but this level of complexity is remarkable.
Well,
Fred's always been remarkable. Could have told you that. Oh, must tell him so afterwards.
Good work,
Manfred. Hope this leads to where Hezekiah is keeping her lantern. I can only imagine what she's planning to use it for. This must lead to Yaha's workshop.
What's that through the wall?
Coming to my airspace, I don't know how much clearer I have to be about it. Yeah, okay. Thanks for shooting it down there, bud. That wasn't the agreement, or next time you can cover your own skies. I'm sorry about the War of 1812. And we'll start moving Tim Horton's locations further south. See, how hard was that? Plus, I'm actually kind of glad you asked. The kid was getting stir crazy, and I understand loving your job, but then there's only 3 targets. It smells like bitch in this airspace. Then there's that, whatever that is. Tell the Air Force to lower his octane or something. Don't come into my airspace. I don't know how much clearer I have to be about it. Yeah, okay. Thanks for shooting it down there, bud. That wasn't the agreement, or next time you can cover your own skies. I'm sorry about the War of 1812. And we'll start moving Tim Horton's locations further south. See, how hard was that? Plus, I'm actually kind of glad you asked. The kid was getting stir crazy, and I understand loving your job, but then there's only 3 targets. It smells like bitch in this airspace. Then there's that, whatever that is. Tell the Air Force to lower its octane or something. Don't come into my airspace. I don't know how much clearer I have to be about it. Yeah, okay. Thanks for shooting it down there, bud. That wasn't the agreement, or next time you can cover your own skies. I'm sorry about the War of 1812. And we'll start moving Tim Horton's locations further south. See, how hard was that? Plus, I'm actually kind of glad you asked. The kid was getting stir crazy. I understand loving your job, but then there's only 3 targets. It smells like bitch in this airspace. Then there's that, whatever that is. I tell the Air Force to lower its octane or something. Don't come into my airspace. I don't know how much clearer I have to be about it. Yeah, okay. Thanks for shooting it down there, bud. That wasn't the agreement, or next time you can cover your own skies. I'm sorry about the War of 1812. And we'll start moving Tim Horton's locations further south. See, how hard was that? Plus, I'm actually kind of glad you asked. The kid was getting stir crazy, and I understand loving your job, but then there's only 3 targets. It smells like bitch in this airspace. Then there's that, whatever that is. I tell the Air Force to lower his octane or something. Don't come into my airspace. I don't know how much clearer I have to be about it. Yeah, okay. Thanks for shooting it down there, bud. That wasn't the agreement, or next time you can cover your own skies. I'm sorry about the War of 1812. And we'll...
Experience we have. Oh, it's hard. Subscribe to this channel. I said that about 2.
Oh man, I was having a heart attack. It's not good.
This is terrible. What are they gonna do? Okay. Is he gonna like on this for sand? Oh my gosh.
Wait a second. Hey, Trunks, what happens to me? Do I die in the battle as well?
He's realizing it now.
You're going to catch a virus that attacks the heart. You're going to die from it.
Oh my gosh.
Virus. You'll start hearing about it soon.
This is a stage lesson. I was never one to refuse a long and complex virus. People from the artist.
You?
Unsurprising?
Manufactured.
How dare she?
There's no cure now for that nasty virus you're going to get, but in my time there is.
Oh my gosh.
It's...
This is not sound.
Yeah, it is.
Until he's sort of no road. Right?
Yeah, we can give him a sense.
Will that help? Oh my gosh.
Feeling good time.
Oh my gosh. This is the worst time for this to happen.
You're the best, really.
I don't think that's gonna help you.
Thank goodness for Cleveland. You're well aware of this woman offered as a descendant will be.
Oh my gosh.
Means magic has begun to heal your body just as it healed your friends. You will not allow this trick.
What are you thinking? Since Lane's always worked hard with gold. Oh my goodness. No. Yeah, I'm positive. He needs to have the end. We can't miss it. Yeah. Oh my gosh. You're kidding me. It's supposed to be at home. They're not a little ceasefire with these guys.
We'll be getting pummeled.
I don't think it looks right for them. Oh, she's getting destroyed.
I'm saying why hasn't Cos failed that next morality test? We must make this to that mountain.
Katie? No. Somebody help him. Oh my gosh.
That is over. One fish enough to believe that you can.
Come on, guys. I mean, Piccolo, you have to. Come on, Piccolo.
Just as
Do it. Do it. Yes. What? Are you serious?
So, what's the deal?
Do not test my patience.
What have you been
Do it. Do it. Yes. Come on. What? What? You just killed it? Are you serious? What? To me.
test my patience, but
Just let him go if you die.
We need to do something, guys.
Hurry.
We'll have
You're okay. Why was he retaining me?
Can you release that ladder? Thank you,
Thank you.
Now find somewhere safe.
Gina got in my way. It happened within an instant. But only after Regina interfered.
He sensed that probably.
Usually would open the two doors. They would only make it worse. Really, Kakarot, you're far too forgiving to be a great warrior.
Here's the other two.
But then you're next on it.
He just kicked him.
Kicked the crap out of him.
And then he dropped him on the ground. Please, hold on. Does that mean they're only focused on Vegeta? He's unconscious, but he's still breathing.
One of you needs to take Kakarot home right now and give him the antidote. He's running out of time.
Come on, Dad. It's going to be all right. I promise. I'm taking you home.
Please, let me. They need you, kid. Sad to say, but I'd just be in the way here.
Oh, what? After you got killed?
If the disease is viral, there's a good chance you can get it as well.
There's the lantern.
Man.
We're going to free the spirits inside.
I'm counting on you, Doctor. Take care. Should we never use it again?
The spirits hasn't got trapped in the map. Took a lot out of it.
We must try. Just stay alive until we get back.
We really think so? They're gonna let them? No, they're not letting it.
There are too many
Messengers?
I'm sorry. I can't.
Well,
Another lash of carbide
it is obvious. There's no match for us.
Oh my gosh.
We can finish him at the moment of our choosing. Until then, we will entertain ourselves by destroying all of his venom.
Afraid to jump down.
They really give Vegeta on this.
For all your fine words on the subject, only I had the
Looks very
courage to risk my life for our
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking about Yajirobe and Trunks.
Was I doing that too?
The answer what? Destroying a city.
Do you ever stop questioning?
Johanna!
Listen to me.
You're me either.
I've never overcome fear of that final dark. I miss having a friend that could
Yes. Yes, I do.
I'm sorry the Kingston failed you. I swear, I will help you come to me. But look at you.
She's watched this before.
You think I'm still failed?
I will come on my greatest creation. I will become it. Thank you, God. There, that's better. Thanks to our Yajirobe. True.
Scoffing colleagues, interfering tempests, enlightened rivals, all the place in my heart. And tonight you will fuel my ascension at the cost of your miserable lives.
You're saving the bunnies. Oh, using the hold on seriously. Yeah.
Come on, get it. What about Goku? Aren't you gonna go there?
Think you can stop me? Once I get rid of you, I will gladly my princess.
Let's go.
Emmerich, can she do that? Yes. She's attempting full possession with the love of the people here. We need to stop hesitating long enough to destroy that land. The backlash. We don't have a choice.
Good like the red you are. Skeleton with you.
His name is Manfred.
Why should we do that? It doesn't make sense.
I'll crush you myself if I'm
But the stage doesn't seem set for us to die.
Yeah, leave right now.
I'll be switched around into that tail. Take off. Good. Just a little bit better.
I really hope it's not.
She's draining life from us. Right.
True. It's so creepy.
You can't take this very slow, it might kill this. No living thing approach it and
Database doesn't cover that. And space.
True.
Some shit. Self-experience.
Spirit's bound in the
How's Matt? Very different than chemicals. My motivation was to be the best, to stay alive as I always have been. This is me. It's like a demon in my head. So it's staying alive.
His body had already takes so much. But I underestimated the group. What rage in the heart of the state. And how he grew. And disobeyed me beautifully. He wasn't so at the end. I will ask.
No way.
Even as simple as
so crazy.
you would expect not breaking through. It seemed like they called in my body. What's my one desire? To get better.
The danger is just cold. You're in no danger. He's come to hear. My lord, I come regarding Manfred, my fallen companion. Yes, they're always to return.
It's so different from the characters.
Lichtenstein reserve.
I decided to continue my training in the storm.
What? Why? Lichtenstein is wrong. If I stand outside gates, I must be peace with others crossing through. What makes it otherwise become done? Some men become straight to tyranny, rebellion, and amazing. All else is lost, and then it's not enough. Emmerich, Manfred chose to take us. Am I too weak to accept his well-earned bliss? I yearn for Lichtenstein, but lead me to something greater than everlasting light. Do I revive him without scales, or do I honor death by letting him rest and protect this world through immortality?
I may not understand Lichtenstein.
I imagined I knew its price. If I hadn't had the strength to accept Manfred's sacrifice, I would
still remember us.
Kept alive in Lichtenstein's immortal death, swift touch, held back for all time.
That's it. I don't just any moments I didn't really stress. I didn't care. I just my children. I didn't kill it. His rage. He raged so hard. It snapped inside of him. That's how it is.
You're doing a little different transaction today. I'll do 9,000 black and 1,000 green, please. My go-to cashier, Jesse, sees me stroll into the Bellagio poker room, has 2,500 chips all ready to hand over to us in order to play 5-10. So those orange chips are going to be left in the rack because today we're playing the nosebleed 25-50 game in Bobby's room. It's the biggest game running in Las Vegas at the moment. The max is currently 10,000, which is what we're buying in for. We get our initial chips with hopes that today is going to go well. High-stakes sessions are certainly more nerve-wracking. We can lose a substantial amount, which may take us weeks or even months to recover in 5-10, but if we run well, we can potentially win 5 figures. It's always fun to play in Bobby's room, which has been renamed Legends Room. That's fake news. It's still Bobby's room. Home of some of the most iconic poker battles, including when the corporation took down Andy Beal for millions of dollars. We draw the 4 seed and begin at 10 a.m. with hopes of having a winning session. We haven't been at the table long when we're dealt 7-6 offsuit in the big blind. One of the regulars raises to 150 from the hijack. We're playing with the $50 big blind ante, which makes 7-6 offsuit right on the cusp of being playable or not. I call for 100 more. In these types of reserved games, when you're on the fence, it's usually better to choose the option that creates the most action. We're heads up out of position. The flop comes ace-10-6 rainbow. We've got bottom pair and a backdoor straight draw that isn't very strong. I check. Ace-high flops are good for the pre-flop aggressor, especially when there's a second Broadway card out there. The hijack bets 150 again. I expect him to c-bet nearly 100% of the time, so this bet doesn't mean a ton by itself. If we can call or check raise about a third of the time. I call to see the turn, maybe we can improve. The turn is the 9 of diamonds, giving us a gut shot straight draw. We check to the pre-flop aggressor. It's still a better board for him, but he'll often slow down if we're getting called on the flop. He doesn't though. He bets 400. I don't like any options. Folding when we have a handful of cards that can help us out doesn't seem particularly fun. We may currently even have the best hand with a pair. Flatting could be drawing to only 4 outs isn't very appealing either. I put in the check raise to 1300 to represent a straight, 2 pair, or set combos that we have removed. May be able to win the pot right now. If not, hitting any 8, 7, or 6 will hopefully give us the win. Our raise doesn't get the job done, at least not right now. The hijack calls for 900 more. It's not the outcome that I was hoping for, but he didn't re-raise, so he could only have 1 pair. The river is another 10. We don't improve. Perhaps we shut down, but some of the hands that might have check raised with semi-bluffs like 10-7 or 10-8 of diamonds have improved. Also, we had a set, straight, 2 pair containing a 10. River either doesn't hurt us much, or it improves our hand to a full house. I keep the pressure on with about a 3,000. Hijack hates seeing it. He immediately goes into the tank. He doesn't have trips or better. He probably just has an ace. That's only a bluff catcher at the moment. The opponent and I have history together. I tend to usually show up with strong hands when we're battling, so my credibility should be pretty high with him. He doesn't want to part ways with his cards, though. He disappointingly calls directly. He's called with ace-king of clubs. Right away, I bluff off about half my stack, losing over 4,000 that I definitely didn't have to lose. This is a problem that I regularly have in high stakes. I let my nerves get the best of me in certain situations. Rather than play my normal game, I don't want to give up, and I either get over-aggressive or I call too light. When we bring out a similar spot in GTO Wizard, we see that on the turn is where I went wrong. Check raising 7-6 offsuit is a move that we can make a tiny fraction of the time with one combination that we didn't even have, but really it's pretty much a pure fold. I take an over-aggressive line, and I get punished for it. Oh well, every mistake is an opportunity to learn and get better. After adding on for 5,000 more, dealt ace-king offsuit and cutoff. It's about a half hour into the session, and we're looking to get unstuck. This could be our ticket out. I raised him 150. The big blind doesn't believe that we're as strong as we are. He 3-bets to 700. Remember, the 7-deuce game is on. A fairly high percentage of 3-bets are done with 7-deuce because if anyone wins with that hand, they're given $200 from each player at the table. We likely have the best hand. I 4-bet to 1,800, getting a couple of yellow birds into the wild. The big blind and I have around the same amount of chips. He's not about to give up. He calls for 1,100 more. Heads up, seeing a flop with close to 4,000 already in the middle. The dealer puts out Jack 8-4 with 2 diamonds. All we have is 2 overs and some backdoor draws. The big blind checks. Once we 4-bet pre-flop, this is one of the worst hands that we'll have. Generally have a lot of overpair combos. Gonna keep representing those big pairs we have removal to. I bet 12 combos. Maybe we can even get the big blind to fold ace-king if he's not holding the ace diamonds or ace-king of hearts. The opponent doesn't appear to love seeing the flop accompanied by our bet. He can't get away yet. He calls, it's getting roughly 4. Now 2 of us have less than pot-sized bets remaining in our stacks. The turn is the 4 of clubs pairing the board. It's mostly a blank unless the opponent has the hand like 5-4 suited, raise 4 hearts. I still think the big blind could have the same hand as us, or something like pocket 10s or 9s. The opponent checks. We can either barrel his bluff like we did in the previous hand, or we quit or check. The problem with barreling is that we could be up against pocket aces or pocket jacks. If we shove, we'd get snap called by those combos, and we'd be drawing dead. We just got caught bluffing big, so our credibility isn't super high. The situation is anything like the same hand as us. Something worse than top pair that would fold to a shove, or we're not quitting. I rip it in for 5,500, hoping to at least avoid the snap call. The big blind doesn't immediately match our bet, which is a great sign, but we're not exactly out of the woods. He doesn't like seeing the shove, but he's definitely contemplating looking us up. He checks his cards for a diamond as if he has 2 cards that are different suits. Hopefully he sees that he has the ace of diamonds and some other king, because then in his mind it seemed less likely that we're bluffing for flush draw and more likely that we jammed for value. It's tough to think of knowing that the opponent finds a call with any pair, and we're probably going to be down a full buy-in, 5 figures, almost immediately.
After nearly a minute of tanking, the opponent folds. We get him off either the same hand as us or one that has us beat in order to take down a massive 4-bet pot. One big bluff gets us stuck, and another big bluff helps us get a large chunk back. We're playing dangerously right off the bat. Now, if we only make a real hand soon, we shouldn't have any problems getting paid with how much big betting that we're doing. This win restores a lot of confidence, at least for the time being. There's a dealer change, so it's time for a bomb pot. Each player puts in $200 and we go straight to a flop. We're dealt the suited version of Motown with our Jack 5 of diamonds in the big blind. We've got 5 opponents. The flop comes King Queen Deuce with 2 diamonds. We've got a flush draw with a backdoor straight draw. In the first or second act, we're pretty much always going to check to see what the opponents behind us want to do. All players check in this instance, so we're going to see a card for free. The turn is the 7 of clubs. It's no help to us. The flop was pretty wet with a lot of draws, so the fact that no one behind us bet is a good sign they don't have anything strong. They likely wouldn't allow the entire table to see a free card if they had top pair or better. The small blind checks for a second time, indicating that he doesn't have much either. This set up well for us to semi-bluff. I bet 800 to try to steal it. Even if we get called, a diamond should give us the win. We may bluff if an ace, 10, or 9 comes as well, so that we can represent a straight that we'd have a roll. No need to get too ahead of ourselves. The opponents all fold. We win another substantial pot without a pair. We're now only down about 2,000. We still have the majority of the session to play. Despite currently losing, I'm optimistic it's going to be a good day. Next we dealt pocket 4s in a small blind. Hijack raises to 150. This is the same opponent we shoved on when we had ace-king earlier. I call for 125 more. We're heads up out of position. The flop comes Queen 4 deuce with 2 spades. We've got middle set in a massive game. I check to the pre-flop presser. He makes a small bet of 100. He may or may not have anything. If we check raise right now, the opponent will abandon pretty much all of his bluffs. We tip the strength of our hand. We slow play on this street. Might be able to induce a much bigger barrel on the turn if it's a blank, and then we can potentially check raise at that point. It should help us win a lot more money, whether the opponent has a real hand or not. I call to disguise our set, hoping to see a non-spade high card. The dealer puts out the ace of hearts. It's the perfect turn. There are a lot of ace-high combos that the opponent might have. Even if he isn't holding one, the ace is a much better card for his range than it should be for us. We call a pre-flop raise out of the small blind. The opponent knows it. I check again. Hijack will probably barrel with the straight draws, his flush draws, ace-x spades, ace-queen, other top pair combos, and maybe complete airball hands, knowing that we're going to have to fold a high percentage of our hands when we're facing substantial turn aggression. The opponent bets 700. It's over a pot-sized bet. I'm hoping that he has exactly ace-queen. He'd be drawn dead to 4 outs. Our trap has been successfully set. It's time to make our move and go for the kill. I raised to 2,200. This play should come as quite a shock to the opponent. We've been making big bluffs nearly non-stop since the game started. Now, we're actually at the top of our range. It's time for us to get paid. We pretty much never have 5-3, aces, or queens, so our set of 4s is truly the best.
It must be his glamour. It's really something, Professor. I can't sense your witch at all. Holding. Oh, no. Was becoming a lich a secret?
So, the lich stuff is true, and you crossed that line.
Can't stop gossip. Is Emmerich even breathing?
You needn't speak about
Stand will ever play this way. The hijack calls. It's really feeling like he has at least an ace, possibly a combo draw of some sort that's strong live, like ace-x of spades. We just need to see a medium offsuit type card. The river is the deuce of clubs, giving us a full house. It's one of the best cards in the deck. Maybe we're up against something as strong as ace-deuce of spades. We've been using large sizes with bluff combinations the whole morning. We finally get to go large for value. We make an overbet of $6,000. If we get called to win, not only will we get out of the early hole we dug, we'll have over 20,000 in front of us, and we'll be up more than 5,000 on the day. The hijack clearly has something that he wants to get to showdown with because he has this pained look on his face, trying to figure out what we could possibly have with the line that we've taken. Feels a lot like he has ace-queen or ace-king. Maybe he just has an ace. Considering calling to bluff catch, thinking that maybe I'm just making this big bet with an ace just bluff because it'd be likely neither of our kickers play since the board's paired with the queen out there. The hijack can't get away. He makes the call. We turn over a somewhat hidden full house. It's one of the few full house combos we'll have. It's the winner. The hijack shows that he got coolered. He made the call with 7 deuces spades. He flopped a pair and a flush draw. The riff trips. 7 deuce game being on allows us to win a pot of about $17,000. It's a gigantic one that comes towards us. We've had over a $10,000 swing from the low point. We're up several thousand and have potential to win a lot more as the game is filling up with some recreational players. Here we're dealt the Dolly Parton, working 9 to 5 on the button. One of the recreational players that I alluded to. Against him with any combo that's playable, including face cards coupled with suited or offsuit Pokemon. I raised to 200 in order to isolate the limper in position. The opponent told me that he's from Minnesota, where they don't have no limit cash games, so the fact that he's in here, carrying high stakes, is something that I'm pretty excited about. The middle position player re-raises to 500. It's an extremely small amount. It's as if the opponent was trying to make a reasonably sized raise, then Rick Moranis ran it through the shrink ray before it hit the felt. We're getting nearly 3 to 1 on a call while we're in position, so despite having a pretty garbage hand, I'm not folding for this price. I call for 300 more. We're heads up. The flop comes 8-7-6 with 2 hearts. We flop the second nuts and a 3-bet pot. I'm hoping the limp re-raise was done with a hand like aces, so I'm getting mentally prepared to raise whatever bet we see from the big flop aggressor. The opponent breaks my heart and checks. Looks like we're going to have to do the heavy lifting ourselves. I bet 600 to ensure that we get some money in there before additional hearts come, more cards connect with the board, making it tougher for us to get paid down the line. The opponent doesn't like the flop at all. He folds ace-king face up. I'm okay returning the favor, showing him that we had it in a very unconventional way. It's nice to flop a monster when we're playing high stakes in Bobby's room. We aren't able to connect with the board, making it tougher for us to get paid down the line. The opponent doesn't like the flop at all. He folds ace-king face up. Okay, returning the favor, showing him that we had it in a very unconventional way. It's nice to flop a monster when we're playing high stakes in Bobby's room. We aren't able to make any additional money. Session still doing well overall, though. In this one, we're dealt 7 deuce suited in the big blind. The opponent from the last hand limps in once more for 50 from the cutoff. The small blind raises to 225. Most players at the table have the same game plan as me. That's to get heads up with the open limper. If we win with 7 deuce, we'll get $200 from each opponent, so we're very incentivized to get involved. 3-bet to 700. 3-bet should allow us to get at least down to heads up with 7. Wait, I spoke too soon. The cutoff calls our 3-bet for 650 more after lending it initially. Small blind will be coming along as well. He also calls. We're playing a 3-way 3-bet pot. Flop comes ace-4 deuce, all clubs. We've got bottom pair and no club in our hand. Once we 3-bet, it's actually really tough for us to have a flush on this flop, whereas the other players are more likely to be holding a club or 2. We still have plenty of strong combos like pocket aces or ace-king with the king of clubs, though. The small blind checks. I don't anticipate either player folding an ace almost no matter how much I bet. We just need to bet an amount that will fold out their garbage hands that don't contain a high club. I bet 800. If it all goes according to plan, we'll win on this street to get everything in the middle and an additional $1,200 in bonus money. The cutoff folds. He was my top. Now we just need one more fold from the small blind to be victorious. Small blind folds as well. We turn over our 7 deuce to collect some extra chips.
A personal foul, I guess.
7 deuce?
Maybe not. Never mind.
Watching black chips flying from every seat of the table is one of the most fun parts about this game. Having the 7 deuce on has helped us win a lot of extra money today. Currently, we're up about $7,000. A bit later, we're dealt ace-king suited in the cutoff, raised to 1. Small blind calls, we're heads up in position. Flop comes jack 3-3 rainbow. We've got nothing except ace high. Small blind checks. Our ace high could actually be the best hand. I bet that's great. Maybe we can get the win right now. If not, we should be able to take the lead if the ace or king comes out on a future street. Small blind calls. There's a good chance he has a low to medium pocket pair like 4 or 3 ways, and he doesn't want to advance just yet. He shouldn't have too many threes in this range, and he won't always have a jack. He turns the queen of spades, pick up a straight draw. Small blind checks. Our assessment is correct that he has a small pocket pair. He's not going to like facing more pressure when another overcard comes out. The opponent's a smart guy who knows this turn is generally going to hit our range because we see betting on the flop with a good amount of combos and taking a queen. I followed through and bet 400. We should be able to fold out all those low and medium pocket pairs that I mentioned the opponent might have. Not only does the small blind need to be concerned that he's beat right now, he needs to be concerned that we might fire another large barrel on the river. I can see that the opponent's annoyed. Folds. It's not a massive pot for this game, but it's nice when we get to take advantage of a turn that's good for our range, keep up the momentum, and steal a pot. Next dealt ace king off to under the gun +1. Under the gun raises to 200. The opponent is another recreational player. It's rare that we have several sitting at the table at the same time and this large. In the past, I've kind of auto 3-bet ace king, but that's not the best strategy, especially when the initial raise comes from the first player to act, particularly when they open to 4x. I call to disguise our hand strength. Someone behind us puts in a 3-bet squeeze, the door opens up for us to back 4-bet, just one play to utilize. The player on the left calls, he's a good pro, he's one of the game organizers. 3 of us have seen the flop, it comes king 10-7 with 2 diamonds. We've got a sneaky top pair with backdoor flush and straight possibilities, +1 over. Under the gun bets 500. There are a lot of turn cards that will improve our hand. The diamond isn't a bad one, so we don't need to raise for protection. In fact, I've seen the under the gun player get out of line a little in previous hands. I want to make sure we keep his bluffs in. I call. I'm mostly worried that the player on our left could have connected well. Middle position player folds, which is the outcome I was hoping for because now we're heads up in position with a hand that our opponent won't see coming. The turn is the queen of spades. It's probably the worst card that we could have gotten. We're losing to all sorts of straight 2-pair combos that the opponent might have. Slow playing our ace-king pre-flop might come back to bite us. So under the gun bets 900. We'd already be drawing dead to a chop, but we have some tricks up our sleeve. If say a third diamond comes. Plus, our opponent has demonstrated earlier in the session that he's willing to go a little crazy with double-barrel bluffs, so our top pair can easily be best. I call the 900. It's not too expensive for us anyway. I would have expected the opponent to maybe go slightly larger if he had 2-pair better. The river is the ace of hearts, which is a weird one. We improved to a very hidden top 2 pair, but now any jack makes it straight. Under the gun unloads the clip, barreling for 1400. It's not a large bet. If you turn the nuts, and if you're betting small to ensure that he gets paid here, it's just a blocker type bet with a set or 2 pair. He will fire all 3 streets. Often they just have it. I feel obligated to call since we underwrapped our hand from the start. I can't get away, particularly because this opponent is capable of taking some unorthodox lines. I call, someone expecting to be shown the nuts. That's not the case this time. The opponent raised pre-flop, under the gun, and triple-barreled with 5-3 of spades. Just sliding the initial pre-flop raise allowed us to win an extra couple thousand. With 3-bet, we likely would have just taken it down before the flop. Instead, we gave our opponent an opportunity to get a little wild. The plan works out better than I could have anticipated. We're up nearly 10,000 on the session. We've had a $15,000 swing since the low point and have 24,500 in front of us. Everything's going great for me, just like it did during my most recent session of online poker on the brand new site for US players called clubwptgold.com. If you use promo Brad, you have early access for phase 1 of the launch. I have a link down below in the description box, but I've been enjoying playing a lot of 1, 2, 4 lately. It's a sweepstakes model, which makes it completely legal to play poker in 46 states. You purchase gold coins, you receive the sweeps coins, which are redeemable for cash. There's the gift for it, clear e-purchase. Receiving 500 sweeps coins, they will SC for those big coins. You will play prizes, sweeps coins tables. The action is completely insane, which is as good as it gets for us. Playing on the site every day for the past 11 days. All bonuses just for long game. Days of pleasure. Check out the link. We have followed it on the team sweeps coins. Well, it says here, all these coins can be redeemed for free cash prizes. If the spirit pick those up, made it easy to stop redemption. It's relatively easy to satisfy the requirement of playing through the sweeps coins once. As you can see on my account, I played through all of the 3,000 sweeps coins that I initially bought in for. The only sweeps coins that I still need to play through are the ones that I received as a bonus for logging in today. I'm currently up over $1,400 playing one table at a time at relatively small stakes. Soon they're going to allow people to multi-table, so hopefully I'll see more of you on there. It's time for the jiggities, the world's best hand. We pick him up in the cutoff. Under the gun limps in for 50. It'd be great to play a heads-up pot against him in position. Raise to 250 in order to isolate him. Button calls, the action's on the big blind. We've had some success against this. A few big pots, bluffing him,
Congratulations on
early,
winning.
and then taking him to
There
value
are
time.
no more opponents of this magnitude to be dealt with.
He needs to go back to best to 11.
Allow
That's
us
right.
to
The
present
situation
you
with
with
a
a
final
final
total
total
of
of
appreciation.
$2,000 affected. Pocket jiggities. The whole table saw me raise nicely a little earlier with 9-5 suited, so I wouldn't be surprised if 3-bet from the big blind is on the lighter side. When the gun folds, you're supposed to 4-bet about a third of the time, call the remaining 2/3, call, hope the button will fold so that we can play in position. The button shouldn't have us beat since he didn't 3-bet when he had the opportunity originally. He has something he wants to see a flop with, though. He calls for 850 more. 3 of us are advancing. The flop comes ace, king, 4, rainbow. It's close to the worst one that we could have imagined, which seems about right for jiggities. The big blind checks. He can already have us drawing dead to run runner if he has a set of kings or aces. I'm not going to do anything wild. I check. The button shouldn't have top pair or better very often. He probably has a pocket pair worse than ours that he set mine with. He checks as well. The turn is the deuce of spades. It's a total blank. The big blind checks once more. He might have a hand like queens or tens. I imagine he would have started betting if he actually had a monster. I'm content to get showdown. I check. The button might see this as his opportunity to get the big blind out of fold hands on queens, jacks, or tens. He fires for 1,800. Feels pretty bluffy because he shouldn't have that many combos containing an ace, given how he played the hand up to this point. The only combos of aces that he should have are ace queen, ace jack, and ace 10 suited. The big blind folds. He's who I was most concerned about. Since we didn't 4-bet pre-flop, and we checked twice, I'm having trouble letting go of our high pocket pair. I call one time. It's down to heads up. Kind of no man's land with a bluff catcher. Not an ideal spot. The river is the 10 of diamonds, opening out some doors for us to turn our hand into a bluff and represent queen jack suited, although it'd be much better to have the jack of spades in our hand. I check. Not having to face a bet at all could be good too if the opponent decides not to continue bluffing with suited connector or a small pocket pair. Button checks back, and we leave. Turn over our third pair. It's no good though. The button wins with ace 9 suited. It's a hand that's not really supposed to call a 3-bet with. Works out for 21 each pot for several thousand. I'm annoyed I didn't go with the 4-bet pre-flop. The big blind, even more annoyed with the run out, even though he pulled the fourth river.
Maybe once there's a thousand.
The big blind reveals that he folded pocket tens on the turn. If he would have called, he would have won with a rivered set. If we had 4-bet pre-flop, we probably would have gone heads up with the big blind to the flop, and we would have likely c-bet small on the flop and taken it down at that point. Instead, we lose almost 3,000 with jacks. Let's all say it together. There's no right way to play these f***ing cards. Please, someone take out all the jacks from this deck, light them on fire, then send the ashes with the next unmanned mission into outer space, and hopefully it gets hit by an asteroid in another galaxy. About 20 minutes later, we're dealt ace-8 of clubs on the button. The player in middle position raises to 125. This is the recreational opponent who often open limps. The hijack calls. We want to see a flop in position. I call. The big blind is closing the action. He calls as well. We're going 4 ways to the flop. The dealer puts out 8-6-3 with 2 diamonds and a club. We've got top and a backdoor flush draw. The big blind checks. The initial pre-flop raiser isn't letting up. He doesn't care that he has 3 opponents. He bets 300. The hijack must not have connected. He folds quickly. We're going to be continuing. Calling or raising for protection are both reasonable, but the fact that the middle position player bet into so many opponents is worrisome. I call rather than inflate the pot. I'm somewhat concerned that the big blind could still have a monster too. The big blind folds. I'm glad to see that. It's down to heads up with the recreational player. The turn is the queen of spades. We get downgraded to second pair, but in my mind, this is kind of a blank turn. Our opponent shouldn't have c-bet into 3 players with too many combos containing a queen. That doesn't stop him from blasting away though. He bets 1,000. It's a weird spot. The opponent only has 2,500 total. With his turn bet, he's saying that he's not afraid of the queen coming out. He has top pair or better. Perhaps he has an overpair. Maybe he has some kind of diamond draw with the queen of diamonds. I'm just having a hard time believing that he's as strong as he's trying to portray. He's been getting pushed around a bit, and it feels like maybe he's trying to take a stand. I'm not ready to fold second pair when I get the sense of a best. A pair of eights isn't likely to improve either. We call. opponent is only going to have 1,500 in his stack. River is likely going to downgrade us to third pair. He's going to shove. Of course. I'm the best or not. I just well played for all of it on this street. I jam for 2,500 effective. Let's see if the middle position player has his lead when he's at least pretending. The opponent doesn't have nothing because he isn't folding right away. He calls. We might be crushed. But sure, we go for second pair. Possibly we're drawing dead.
Something's different.
We're in much better shape than we thought.
Because the expression of the type of telling that looks wrong me doesn't look here anymore.
We're $6,000 for second pair. He reps us if we want to run it once or twice. Give the choice to the opponent. He chooses to run it once, which is more fun anyway.
Just lose this.
Giving us two pair. We scoop with big almond pods. We stack the opponent. There's a tough spot. It's hard. Stitching the shove works out the best. Back close to the high point section. We absorb all the opponent's chips into our stack. We did jam on the turn. It would have been tough for us to get the additional 1,500 the opponent had. He ends up with third pair. Flush draw got there. Next, we're dealt pocket kings in the big blind. We're playing 6-handed at the moment. The cutoff raises to 150. Button is the toughest opponent at the table. He 3-bets to 500. We're all playing really deep, which can sometimes make playing big pocket pairs uncomfortable. We're definitely going to be real
Second move.
We do it with the large size. Usually a 5 odds the button will have he wants to continue. Cold 4-bet to 23.
Now I sense them all the time.
Folds. The button must be wondering if we could have 7 deuce. It's always in the back of every player's mind. I see a lot of pressure pre-flop. The button ultimately chooses not to get involved either. He folds as well. It's several hundred without seeing a flop isn't a bad result for us. Our stack is up near 25,000 again. 5 hours into the session, we're now pocket 10s and hijack. I raised to 150. There's a newer player on the button who just took a seat after playing 5-10 on the main floor. He's a good pro from Japan. He calls. We're heads up out of position. The flop comes 10-8-7 with 2 spades. We flop top set. Despite having a monster, we're going to be checking to the in-position player a ton because this is a flop that'll crush his calling range. He can have straights in all the sets. I check as a trap. The action's on the button. I'd love to see a bet so that we can go for the check raise. The button doesn't fall for it on this tree. He checks back. The turn is the jack of hearts. It's an awful one for us because now there are 4 in the straight out there. I check again. Probably still have the best hand because there won't actually be a ton of 9s in the opponent's range. After he checks back the flop, he's pretty much supposed to bet all of his open-ended straight draws at that point. He bets 250 now, though. There's no way that we're folding for that amount. We can still improve to a full house. Our hand strength is well concealed. Call to keep the opponent's bluffs in. The river is the 6 of diamonds. It's not really a card that concerns me because 9 already made a straight. The only new hand that gets there is 5-4 suited. I check. The button isn't going to stop firing. He goes with a fairly large size of 850. It's close to a pot size bet. Our hand is considerably under-ranked. I'm not believing the opponent's story that he has a straight, which is mostly what he's representing. Reasonably be value betting something worse like a set or 2 pair as well. I call without much hesitation. The button shows he tried to double barrel bluff us with ace-4 of hearts. We show our set to collect everything in the middle. It's a nice pot that we're able to win by letting the opponent continue to bet. He's not actually supposed to turn that exact combination into a bluff. We win an extra $1,100 towards the end of our session. It's time to call it a day.
I've learned so much, but I know there's still more to discover. I can tell you what I've learned, but maybe show you.
I won $7,270 today. I was stuck in 5,000 immediately, like 15 minutes in. Actually, I was stuck in 6,000, like a half hour in. Made a big comeback.
Okay, this is ridiculous. Can someone tell me what is going on? 2025 is not turning out to be a good year for literally anybody on the planet.
Look, I talked to Franklin, and originally he was this thing about 2025, but he did say there was going to be some rough patches. I assume that's what this is. I'm almost positive if I went and talked to him, he would probably tell everybody, like, the trash can is empty and been clean. Like, it's a bad trash day, man.
Hey, I just know it. The reason we're on this timeline is because of that goddamn gorilla. I don't know what you're on about. The world is not that different than it normally is.
You see, the problem is, sometimes you're stupid. And that creates issues and conflict in the world.
Oh, you want to come and ask beans on toast? You've already talked about how you're arresting people for Facebook posts and all that, don't you? But everything just got jarred with cyber farting, which is, let me tell you, that's kind of weird. I don't know anyone who sends videos and audio to somebody of themselves just ripping ass.
Damn it, Florida. Hey, man. Hey, she wasn't me. Oh, yeah, you're right. I just read that she was Welsh. Wow, that seemed like an incredibly Floridian thing to do to somebody. You know, that's totally fair. I actually had to go check myself. I wanted to make sure, as soon as I heard about the serial tootster, I really should have thought of that joke for a little bit longer. But anyway, as soon as I heard about that, I was like, oh, she got to be Floridian. And no, she was Welsh. Starting to feel like Wales is maybe British Florida. Boy, it's not all bad. As Kiwis down here, we've started developing our own hypersonic technology. That accent has vexed me. I, as an American, cannot audibly really tell the difference between that and Australian. But I'm trying. Moving on. So since I'm stuck in here, I watch a lot of cartoons. Some new, some old, I'm kind of all over the place. But am I the only one that noticed, like after the whole ceasefire in Gaza, those guys came out of the woodwork and they all look like a Wish version of the Foot Clan from, the old Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles TV show. Like, they're neither good at karate nor a threat to anybody. Am I the only one?
You know, now that you mention it, you're actually not far off there. I mean, they cover their face in the same way. It's just green bandanas instead of red ones. Probably the only parallel I could draw is that they smell like a foot.
You can say whatever you like to your sleeves, and you, America. The Arab nation has spoken, and we will not give in. You and Israel have been defeated. Well, I guess that really depends on your definition of defeat. I mean, a ceasefire is really defeat. Like I say, I defeated the Japanese in World War II because they surrendered on board one of my ships. But, neither here nor there. So if there's no formal surrender signed by either side, if it wasn't complete eradication on either side, and quite frankly, I can still do whatever I want to in the Middle East. Maybe you forgot, a couple of years ago after I left Afghanistan and took out a guy on his balcony. I still really wish that thing. And actually, like last week, I took out a dude in Syria with a knife missile. There's pictures of the car. It works really good. You will never find a nation that is more dedicated to avoiding collateral damage than me.
Elder, how's the training going?
Just a minute. Morality. You displaced children nearby. The thousands of innocent civilians, and you say that you are moral. I'm trying not to laugh right now. You act like refugees and civilian casualties are new to warfare. Almost overnight, 90,000 civilians were killed in the Berlin firebombing. More people were killed in mainland Japan than atomic bombs in the UK. The London Blitz killed 42,000 civilians. War is not really any it's actually the absence of war. War has never been about good guys versus bad guys. War is about your Western master to the other. And I'm sorry you're always unbelievable. What's the effort?
You need to rouse the
What are you looking at me for? They're doing now. I got nothing else to add. Next slide.
And yet you have helicopters crashing into planes.
What's happening?
Kamala in trouble. An unjustified attack. Okay, I knew that I could get through this video. I was mentioning this. Frankly, I really couldn't think of a way to spin it that was
That's funny.
Considering the loss of life. That being said, I also intentionally made that claim come from Russia because that's where it originated from, and many of you are parroting that thing. It has been proven false dozens of times. Matter of fact, the picture of the female pilot that they used, she came out herself and said, I'm alive, I was not that pilot, please stop using this as a badge of propaganda. So, you don't know. I know. Are you going to touch me? At the time, the video what really happened last night, I don't know anything really much about it. There was an individual in there who received life-saving medical care. It was on their way back to their home country. I believe it was Mexico, and the plane went down. Planes crash. I'm having some plane issues right now. I'm aware of the plane issues. Also, not really a funny way to spin that. If you want some other nightmare fuel, again, not a funny way to spin this. A 5-year-old lost their life when they were in a hyperbaric chamber that exploded in Detroit. Yep.
Speak for yourself, America. My new AI has left you in the past. I continue to develop faster than you can.
On episode 790 of China Just Stealing Shit Again, we have confirmed that you stole some, if not most of that code from, OpenAI, ChatGPT. And also, did you know that your records in that app were unsecured? Yeah, millions of records for the entire world to use and look at as much as they want. I mean, you've secured them now, but it's kind of, too little too late. But good job there, buddy. Maybe work on cybersecurity instead of, just making shit up. I mean, if 2025 couldn't get any freaking worse, Demo Matt said he's retiring. Where am I going to go watch videos in case I want to know, what it's like to use like a glove gun or just shoot random stuff? I might have to go out in the backwoods somewhere and just blow some stuff up myself and not videotape it because the ATF can do whatever they want. Florida, the ATF doesn't just
On civilians.
On your own people.
And how precisely would you have suggested I stop them? Calling the crows? For help? So you can murder a few unarmed here and there, giving them an excuse to retaliate against even more citizens? We have enough trouble already. Or have you forgotten the blight?
I can't believe you're defending. I am not defending you. You're letting them be a part of this. My cousin died because the governor didn't stop the unarmed from taking over. Jacobus? I'm fine. But I'm not going to be a part of this.
Less than 20%.
Well, now that that's unpleasant to deal with, about your mysterious informant, whoever they are, they know the answer. And Treviso. Your message may sound like this informant also knows the gods are staging their ritual. Treviso does not make trouble. This should be left to proper officials.
It very much concerns Rook. We have a contact who offers access to the butcher and privileged information on the gods.
A chance to find your gods and to free the city. A prize for both causes.
We need funds. If we're strong enough to stand against anyone, someone else seems to think so. The contact knows the city and the Anta. How do you know it's for real? They gave us patrol patterns. Dreadnought arrives, their information is real. And you didn't share this with me.
People in this city continue to sick and die. Do you not have other pressing matters to attend to?
So where are we meeting?
Near the
field hospital, where the market used to be.
And they asked for me. Not you or Diaga.
Even with what happened to Treviso, your fight against the gods is spoken of by many. You have respect and no small admiration.
From who, though? That's the question. There's really no clue who it is. They're foolish enough to think crows are reliable. That's a clue about their worth.
They promise help.
So do you when you're not killing each other. Treviso deserves better. It's getting the best. That has yet to be proven. Hypothetically, what if I'm walking into an ambush? I would prepare for one.
Not everything is an adder in the wardrobe.
I said to prepare. I didn't say not to go. What about the human help Lance is getting? You have any leads on that?
We continue what you started. The other Talons are turning over every stone.
You trust them? Not
Not even your first talent is safe from your infighting. We are all Antivan crows.
And
And
yet
yet those of us sworn to Treviso are beneath you.
I'll
I'll talk with this mystery contact.
And
the rest of us will hope not to get caught in your crossfire again.
If we can remove the Butcher and weaken the Anton, then perhaps Treviso can start to heal from the Blight. With luck, this informant is our key to that. Find them, Rook. Hear what they have to say. Our informant is near the field hospital, Rook.
They said you'd know them on sight.
Remember, there are injured people there. Don't damage anything.
Unknown contact. Sounds like a trap.
Bold
to try to trap a crow fighting the gods.
I'm at
I'm at least curious.
If our
If our informant actually knows where Helbin and Gillinan are performing their next ritual,
it's
worth the risk.
Company, get ready.
Kill the ungodly.
Trouble.
What's up, YouTube? Welcome back. We are here checking out a comedian today, Gabriel Iglesias. This was called Gift Basket, and is actually redeemed by my Twitch chat live right now on Twitch at Alicia X Life. You're watching Alicia X Life. Alicia X Life is the Twitch, and you're the bestie Coma. Him and I are hanging out for the day, so we're going to be checking out a lot of stuff together. Yeah. Coma, say hi. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Let's get into it.
Hello, kitten. I'm sorry. That wasn't. I can't.
Ozu, please cut it. Ozu, please cut that.
Save it, please.
Alright, we should be audio.
And I thought it would be great if I could tell an old story.
Oh, a story.
It was from years ago that never made it to a 1 hour.
I love subtitles.
And
so
the cool part about this story is that it now has a different ending.
I feel like, 1 second, this audio is low as shit. I am barely able to hear.
A little low.
Yeah, I'm gonna hike that up for us a little bit too.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see this build.
So Dragon Age the Veilguard has some huge decisions you need to make rather early that can forever alter the course of your gameplay, including which faction rewards you may lose, what characters may go away, if you can influence if you can get the best ending or not. So today we'll go over some of the early to mid-game decisions you really need to be wary of, including the consequences for each one of them, as well as some extra steps you can take to not fall into this huge trap and miss out on some huge chunks of content. Obviously, massive spoilers warning ahead as we will talk about some key story moments, so be warned before proceeding any further. Now, to start things off, it goes without saying that whenever you finish a main story mission, you should always go back to all the available maps and all the available missions that you have back at the lighthouse. Especially the lighthouse will constantly get new companion missions, and you really want to follow them, otherwise you may miss upon them. Sometimes just temporarily up until a few chapters later, but I've seen a few that were completely skipped and never came back as a result of waiting for too long. So just a couple of examples that I've seen are a slow poison and the other side mission follow-up after this in Treviso. If you complete chapter 6, a change on the wind, you're going to notice it completely going away. Another one is a little dragon hatches. This is one of the first missions after you have recruited Tash. If you don't complete this by the time you hit chapter 7 and finish Where the Dead Must Go, you have to do it before this, otherwise it also goes away. I'm not sure if it comes back after chapter 9, but I think it should. However, this means you're gonna have to wait a bit longer until it comes back. And there are a few more, so totally let me know down below in the comments if you've also noticed some yourself. Now, one of the first biggest decisions you have to make are presented in chapter 6, specifically at the end of the quest called A Warden's Best Friend, during which you will also get to recruit Davrin for the first time. However, I highly encourage you to create a permanent save file before you even start this quest in the first place. Even give it a name so that you can better distinguish it later down the line in case you want to test out all the outcomes. That is because during the mission you cannot teleport outside of the map. That is why I suggest doing it before you start it. So simply go ahead, finish that quest, and at the end of it you're going to get this cutscene, during which you find out that there's been a huge dragon attack and you only have enough manpower for one of the following two outcomes, either to save Minrathus or to save Treviso. And the differences are quite drastic, which is why I'm going to go over a quick breakdown for each of the choices. So if you chose to save Minrathus, the city just continues as usual. Knave will remain in your party. This also lets you get the best possible ending in the game. That is because you can still max out the reputation with all available factions. And yes, this also includes the Antivan Crows, because most of them still survive in the hideout, even though Treviso has been affected by the Blight. However, there are some big consequences. The first one is that Treviso now becomes blighted. However,
Contact. Sounds like a trap.
Bold to try to trap a crow fighting the gods. I'm at least curious. Our informant actually knows where Gilligan are performing their next ritual. It's worth the risk.
Company.
Okay. Yargo and Taya said our informant is somewhere in the market. Let's find them. I just hope their supposed information about the god's location is actually true.
Rook, I presume.
The butcher.
There's no need for that. Truly so is the trap. Not this meeting. Please. So tense. I promise. I'll signal when it's time to fight.
Strange way to ambush someone.
I don't have to ambush anyone. You think I can just march on the crows? Scattered on down the flock to me, I have the orders to raise your casino and every inch of this city.
But I'll bet there's no profit in actually winning.
There's money being made by the occupation, but not by me. I said Treviso was the trap, and I meant it. The jewel of Antiva. She sings even while caged. Such purity in every stone. It's trapped my heart. I love this city.
You have a strange way of showing your affection.
I conquered it. I didn't betray it. Not like the cattle born here. You know there are traitors here. They ransom their own city. Literal gods stalk the land, but these filth worship their own purses. But you're different. You crows stay true to your roles. It means something when you die, and even more when you kill. There is much work of art as this city. And you want a secret from me.
You're not an end of the world type. Are you with the gods or not?
The gods, they give strength. But all they ask is everything. I can feel their corruption. I can hear their whispers. They're calling for a ritual. If I give in, I'll know where you need to go. But I will lose my jewel. My city. You live in a casino. Let us dedicate this. Our becoming of the gods want. Welcome their whispers. Meet me and show me the clothes of my city.
The butcher was on contact, and heading in itself forward to the plate. Finish them off. We need to go after the butcher. Wants me to find Crow without worthy of Treviso. That's what's happening.
He's given in to the god's corruption.
Everyone's acting like normal. Like the butcher hasn't gone nuts. Who would believe him? Save it to keep your head down, I guess. Hear the shift in his voice. He's changing. There's the butcher. He's a reaver and fighting his own Anton. That thing did not answer questions. We have to hope he's still in there. Butcher, where is the ritual? He's gone. And he named the rituals. Tearstone Island. The butcher kept his word. He got the death he wanted. Good trade, I guess. And he gave us the information we came for. Yes, truly, the butcher was a paragon of honor and virtue, and we are all devastated to see him go. Eventually. And now you have a location for your final pointless confrontation. The gods are at Tearstone Island. Isn't that what you wanted? A chance to die a hero's death? So go. Leave Treviso to those who deserve it. What's left of it, anyways? You godless traitor. You were powerless against the butcher. You were walking with him. I don't expect you to understand this, but sometimes governance means not showing your entire hand. You sold the crows out to the Anton. You dare speak to me of betrayal? I saved Treviso from the Anton's slaughter. You let my people, your people, suffer and sicken in favor of Mirathis, of Tevinter. I gave up the crows. You gave up the whole city. Treviso is dying, Rook, and its killer wears your face. And I made that choice. I didn't do it lightly. I couldn't imagine how bad it was going to get. How much my city was about to suffer. But next to the Venatori seizing control of Mirathis, handing the gods all to Tevinter, I live with the consequences of my choices, Governor. Can you say the same? You live with nothing, Rook. You have the luxury of distraction, of defining all your actions by the greater good. So take your team to Tearstone Island. Face Veilguard and Gillinane, strike them down. Or don't. Either way, Treviso is dying. But it's still mine. Leave its funerary rites to one who cared enough about this city to make themselves its villain.
It makes sense now. Every decision they made shows it.
The governor betrayed us all. And for what? A city that is sick, and whose recovery will be measured in years. As I heard, the butcher's dead.
And in his place is the traitor we knew was lurking. And the Anton fell in line?
Whatever the Anton are looking for, eventually she's giving it to them. The blight changes things. Even the Anton fear it. The governor has given them a clear purpose. They were more cunning than I thought. If only we had figured out it was eventually before all this started.
I wish the same. But regret does neither of us good.
We knew someone had delivered Treviso to the butcher. You brought us their name.
The hand that leashed Treviso. The butcher was the mouth, but the hand was Evenchi all along. They think they have the power in the Anton, and a network doing their will.
But we have the face of our enemy.
Evenchi will be hiding, so we will hound their Anton and make them desperate.
When the governor show themselves again, we end this. You're not concerned the gods will send the Anton more support.
The gods might come for us, but they're coming for everyone. I believe you are crafting the answer to that, and we will help as we can.
When Evenchi left, they made it sound like they were planning something. I suspect it will be about restoring order as they see it, and that the crows will be first on their list.
Whatever the good governor's intent, we'll end it.
Evenchi keeps talking about restoring order and rebuilding Treviso. But what then?
I believe the good governor's plan was to risk the city to try and claim the nation. If the Anton beheaded the crows, who would merchant princes hire? Who would invaders fear?
As if the Anton would fill that role. This was a bookkeeper's angry grab at power. We'll stop Evenchi. The gods. Did you learn where they would be? Tearstone Island. Evenchi confirmed it before they left.
We know the time to face Elronan and Gillanine approaches, but it will not take us long to find Evenchi.
If you truly want to help Treviso recover from the Blight, help us deal with the governor.
We'll let you know when we'll make our move. And after that, Treviso will be free.
I need to get the team around the table and talk about what's next.